Captured by Her Cougar. Cougar Creek Mates Shifter Romances Series, Book 2. Written by Felicity Heaton. Narrated by Eric G. Dove. Chapter 1. Gabriella glared at the black log burner set against the wooden wall of the small cabin, her fingers digging into her knees beyond the end of her gray pencil skirt, her shoulders rigid beneath her white blouse. Her lips compressed, jaw tensing as she listened to the infuriating silence, punctuated only by the rapid but steady pounding of her heart. He would come back. He never left her alone for long. She tilted her head to her left, just enough that she could see the door of the all-too-rustic house and the woods beyond the glass. Thoughts of escape pushed her to rise to her feet. Her very bare feet. The bastard had taken her shoes from her the first time she had tried to get away from him. A sneaky tactic suited to the pig, and one he had completed with a satisfied twist to his bowed lips and a mocking sparkle in his gray eyes. What sort of man resorted to removing her shoes so if she did manage to break free of her cage, she would be hobbled, slowed as she tried to pick her way through the dense coniferous forest that swamped the mountains in all directions? Easy to capture again. Gabby huffed, dragged her gaze away from the outside world, and tried to drag her thoughts away from escape, but that was impossible now. Escape had been firmly on her mind for the past 12 hours, since she had come back to the world to find herself a captive. She didn't remember much about what had come before, only recalled snippets of wandering around the cabin in a stupor, shell-shocked by what she had witnessed. She stared at the fire, not seeing the flames as they devoured the meager supply of fuel. She saw that man killing Alexander. She saw Alexander attacking Ivy. Kept hearing Alexander's words as he had forced her onto the helicopter in Calgary, telling her it was time she witnessed the truth of this world with her own eyes and saw justice dispensed. Only when they had arrived in the godforsaken cluster of cabins in the disgusting wilderness, she hadn't seen justice. She had seen Alexander and 2 hired mercenaries wielding weapons of war, armed to the teeth against men who had been leading what had looked like the picture postcard of a peaceful life, before her half-brother had brought a battle to their doorstep in the name of revenge. Men who had transformed into beautiful golden cougars before her eyes. The door opened and she jumped, entire body tensing as her gaze whipped towards it and her heart lodging in her throat. The man filling the doorway just looked at her in silence, handsome face devoid of emotion. But there was a softness in his gray eyes as he gazed at her, one that was far from the look she had expected him to level on her after her last pathetic attempt to escape. One that had ended with him growling at her and grabbing her, hauling her off her feet as if she weighed nothing, and dumping her on his worn brown leather couch and telling her in a gruff, deep voice not to move. She hadn't. Not because she was afraid of him, but because she was tired, soul-deep weary, and didn't have the strength to move. She just wanted to curl up and sleep, to forget where she was and everything that had happened. She just wanted to go home, back to her family's mansion in England, to lounging by the indoor pool sipping cocktails and going clubbing with her friends. God, things had to be dire if she wanted to go out with those vapid excuses for people. Alexander was gone now. She had no reason to play her part anymore, to smile and please his friends and their friends, keeping them sweet so their investments kept his business afloat. He was gone. That still hadn't sunk in. She stared at the brute as he ran a hand over his spiked sandy hair, combing it back. A few scars peeked out from the sleeves of his tight black t-shirt, red and raw, and she had a flash of him fighting, launching as a cougar to land on Alexander's back and bring him down, to protect Ivy, and his brother. Bile rose up her throat as she saw that dark-haired man on top of Alexander punching him. There had been so much blood. On Alexander, on him. The man stepped into the cabin and closed the door, dragging her back to him. She studied him as he moved into the small kitchen area to the left of the door, using him to distract her from memories as he poured himself a glass of water, turned and planted his ass against the wooden counter, stared right back at her. "How is the other man?" she whispered, needing to break the silence because it was pressing down on her, felt heavy on her shoulders and as if it might crush her. His lips twisted in a sneer. "What do you care? Or do you want to know my brother is dead, like yours?" She scowled at him for that. She had never been close to Alexander, but he was her brother. Had been her brother. Her eyes burned, but she didn't have any tears left for him. Felt dried up inside, a little hollow and numb. And now that the shock was wearing off, she felt something else, too. She felt relieved. Was that wrong of her? Alexander hadn't been the easiest man to live with, had resented her from the moment she had been born, as if he had blamed her for the fact his mother had remarried after losing his father. He had always made it painfully clear that her life of luxury came from his father's money, too. Had made snide remarks about how her father was weak and pathetic, unworthy to bear the name of his family. A name his mother had insisted on keeping when she had remarried. Lord. It suited Alexander because he acted just like one, all entitled and pompous. Had suited Alexander. Maybe it suited her too, because hadn't she acted the same way? Didn't she love her life of luxury and leisure? "How is Ivy?" She wouldn't let him get away with refusing to answer that question. "I want to know how Ivy is. She was hurt." The bastard just regarded her with cold gray eyes, making it clear she wasn't going to get anything out of him. Gabby shot to her feet. "I have a right to know. Ivy is my friend. I was the one who arranged for her funding. I've known her longer than you, and I want to know how she is. Is she a captive here too? Is that what you all do? You capture women and... She couldn't bring herself to say it. The man's face darkened, as if he didn't like the accusation she was hurling at him either, and then calmly set the glass down and pushed away from the kitchen counter. He rounded the brown leather couch, advancing on her, long black jeans-clad legs devouring the short distance. She stood her ground on trembling legs, her heart hammering against her ribs. He stopped close to her, towering over her. She barely reached his broad shoulders, had to tip her head back to keep glaring at him. His eyes shifted, growing more golden as he stared down at her. "I have a right to know." Those words came out unsteady, trembled on her lips as she faltered, fear getting the better of her. More powerful men than this one had tried to intimidate her and had failed. She wasn't going to let him win. She wasn't going to be cowed by some country brute, no matter how much stronger he was than her. She clenched her fists and narrowed her eyes on him. "Tell me how Ivy is." He responded by seizing her right upper arm in a bruising grip, and she leaned back, grimacing as she tried to wriggle free of his iron grasp. When he shoved past her and tugged her with him, her eyes widened and she shook her head. He was taking her towards the bedroom. His voice was a low growl as he uttered, "You gave up all your rights when you invaded our territory." Gabby shook her head faster and frantically clawed at his hand, leaving red marks on his golden skin, as she desperately tried to prise his fingers off her. Her heart went wild, thundering as fear pounded through her veins. "Please," she whispered, her eyebrows furrowing as she looked at the back of his head and leaned away from him, trying to use her slender weight to slow him down. He yanked her forwards and shoved her into the bedroom. Her knees hit the bed and she fell onto it, gasped as she twisted to face him, her fear rising to swamp her and leave her quaking as cold sweat slid down her spine. Darkness descended as the door slammed. His gruff voice echoed through it. "You're not to leave that room. If I see you outside it, there'll be consequences you won't like." Her eyes went wider. She had thought he had been about to deliver consequences she wouldn't like. And God, it was a relief that he hadn't. She sank against the soft bed, her breath leaving her on a long, tight sigh as all her fear drained from her, leaving her shaking and weak, feeling sick to her stomach. He moved around the other room, muttering, "Fucking humans. Like I'd want one again." She frowned at that and pushed up on her elbows, using his words as a distraction she badly needed, as she got her shaking under control. So he had desired humans in the past? What had happened to make him hate her kind so much? Gabby waited for him to leave, but he kept stomping around like a bear in a bad mood, making a lot of noise as he tossed dishes in the sink, proceeded to wash them, and somehow managed to make a racket as he dried the damned things. He was pissed because she had silently accused him of being the sort of man who would abuse a woman. She got that. He didn't need to take it out on the dishes. She eased onto her feet and looked around the dark room, but couldn't see a thing. There had to be a light somewhere. Despite the remoteness of the cabin, he had electricity. She had noticed a coffee maker in his kitchen and other electrical items, and the living area had a lamp and an overhead light, although he hadn't used either in the time she had been locked inside her cage. She felt her way along the wooden wall and the bed, heading away from the door. When she hit the outside wall of the cabin, she turned right and felt her way forwards, stopped when her legs banged into a side table. She blindly explored it with her hands, sighed as she found a lamp, and fumbled with the damned thing. The light was so bright when she found the switch and it came on that she flinched away from it. Gabby curled her lip as she looked around the rustic room, with the blue quilt that covered the double bed and was ragged at the edges, worn from what looked like a century of use, and the rickety wooden wardrobe beyond it, and the single side table that had possibly been made by someone blind. She had never seen such awful furniture. Still, the fact he had electricity was a godsend. The light went out. "For fuck's sake," the man growled from the other room, and she jumped as he banged on the door. "Who said you could use the last of my electricity?" That explained why he hadn't used the lights in the main room of the cabin the entire time she had been in it. "It wasn't like you said I couldn't," she snapped. "It was dark in here." "It was dark in here," he said in a mocking, girly voice. "Fucking females. Grow a spine. You're in a room with no damned windows. It's not as if something can get in and get you." "Someone can get in and get me, though," Gabby grumbled and glared in the direction of the door. "I heard that," he snarled, and her eyes widened as the sound of metal scraping drew her attention downwards, and a slim shaft of light suddenly penetrated the darkness. "For that, you get locked in." "No!" She flew towards the door, slammed face first into the bed with a grunt, and rolled off it, back onto her feet. She found the door handle and rattled it, twisted and turned it, and banged on the wooden panels when it refused to give. "You can't keep me in here!" "You're like a broken record." His voice was clear through the door, and she eased back, positively jumped away from it. She had thought he had moved away again. "How about you sing me a new tune, little bird? Tell me about your fuckhead of a brother and your involvement in Archangel, and I'll give you a little more freedom. You want out of that bedroom, you'll have to sing for it, little bird." Her involvement? "I have nothing to do with Archangel." She pressed a hand to the polished wooden panel between them. "You have to believe me. I have nothing to do with them. I only helped Alexander run his business. Ask Ivy, question her. I don't doubt your brother is probably questioning her right this minute." He scoffed and muttered, "The last thing Wrath is doing right now is interrogating Ivy." "What's that meant to mean?" The panel creaked as if weight had suddenly been placed on it, and she pictured him leaning against it, and the way the chiseled planes of his face would be hard, his cut muscles tensing as he crossed his arms over his broad chest. "It means Wrath wouldn't hurt a hair on Ivy's head. But you, little bird, if you don't start singing, my brother might just be inclined to find a way to make you. Or worse, he'll leave it to me." She backed away from the door, her heart seizing in her chest. "You're going to hurt me?" "Only if you don't sing." His voice was a low growl, a deep rumble that rattled her with the force of his words as they hit her. Gabby shook her head. "How can I sing when I don't know the tune?" Chapter 2. Storm wasn't convinced that his little bird didn't know the tune he wanted her to sing. Not one bit. She hadn't been surprised to hear him mention Archangel, which meant she knew about them, and he had no doubt she was in league with them. Like brother, like sister. Ivy kept vouching for her, but even Wrath wasn't buying what his mate was selling, that Gabriella was an innocent caught up in all of this. If she was innocent, she would tell him everything she knew. She wouldn't have a reason to keep denying him and refusing to speak. "You know the tune, little bird." He turned away from the door, strode to the couch, and slumped onto it. "You just don't want to sing it. I'm a patient man. I can wait until you break." He wasn't a patient male, not by a long shot. He was itching to open that door and scare her into speaking, but gods, some part of him couldn't do it. He could still taste the terror that had gone through her when he had grabbed her and pulled her towards the bedroom, her fear that he had been about to violate her, and it was bitter on his tongue, had him cursing himself for causing it. He had only meant to scare her into speaking by locking her in a dark room. Of course, Little Bird had got revenge by using the last shred of his electricity. It was going to be a long, dark night in there for her. Storm kicked his feet up onto the coffee table between the couch and the log burner and slumped further, so he was almost horizontal as he stared at the fire. Tomorrow he would wheel the solar panels out into the clearing and jack them in. Not for her sake, though. His desire to get some juice in the batteries had nothing to do with the petite blonde ball of fury ranting in his right ear about being a prisoner. He tried to tune her out, but fuck, she was persistent. "I demand to know how Ivy is." Her tone, so damned regal and oh so British, grated on his nerves. No one ordered him around. So he ignored her, let her rant until she wore herself out and went quiet. He switched the focus of his senses to her, tilted his head to his right as he felt her stillness, and listened. Her breathing was soft, even. Little Bird had worn herself out and right to sleep. Storm kicked his feet down, tempted to check on her. 2 reasons not to sprang to mind. 1, she might be trying to trick him into opening the door so she could attempt another escape. 2, he didn't give a damn whether she was comfortable or not. He really didn't. Not only was she human, but she was born of the same woman that fuckhead Alexander had come from. A woman he was sure was involved in Archangel as much as her husband had been, and therefore had been involved in what had happened to his family and his kin. 36 years ago. He slid his gray gaze towards the bedroom door. Gabriella looked no older than 30, hadn't even been born when his parents had been brutally taken from him during the attack by the Hunter organization. But gods, he couldn't stop himself from laying blame on her shoulders, because he needed someone to aim his anger at, the rage that had been festering inside him for close to 4 decades now. Rage that wouldn't be satisfied until he hunted down every last human who had been involved in the raid and painted his claws with their blood. He tipped his head back into the couch, the leather creaking as it depressed, and sighed as he closed his eyes and tried to relax. His cougar side shifted restlessly beneath his skin, the pain of his memories of that night winding him tight inside, until he felt sure he would snap. He shoved to his feet and paced, his strides clipped as he fought to work off some of the energy flooding him. Aggression and pain that needed an outlet, or it would drive him to shift and hunt. He needed a run. He hated mountains and forest and everything that reminded him of his early years before Archangel. Preferred big cities and fast cars and even faster women. All the modern conveniences and concrete and glass that made this world feel like a million miles away. But the mountains and the forests gave him one thing he loved: space to run. He stripped off his t-shirt and lowered his gaze and his hands at the same time, reaching for the button on his jeans. He froze as his eyes landed on the thick scars that ran over his right hip and disappeared into the waist of his jeans. Could almost feel them where they trailed down his thigh to the inside of his knee. His heart started to pound, a heavy rhythm that rattled his ribs as fear rose to choke him, and he saw blood on his bare skin. Saw muscle carved open in the line of the scar and bone peeking through in places. His throat closed as he heard Cobalt's words swimming in his ears, telling him to hold on, and saw his older brother viciously battling to protect him from the humans trying to get to him while he was weak and wounded. Pull it together. Storm shook off the fear and squeezed his eyes shut, clenched his teeth as he breathed through the pain, fighting to suppress it and break the hold his memories had on him. He wasn't there now, pissing his pants and fearing for his life like a fucking cub while Cobalt went to war. His older brother's strength more than a match for the humans, while Storm's had been inadequate because he had been 7 years off sexual maturity. Movement on his senses had him snapping back to his cabin, on high alert as alarm rang through him, the thought of coming under attack while caught up in his past and vulnerable driving him to react. But no one was near him. He stared at the wooden door that separated him from the human. She shifted on his sharp senses, rolled over and moaned as she settled again. He had been a fucking idiot for picking his cabin as her cage, but what choice had he had? The other cabins belonged to males and some to females, and he didn't know who was due to return for the gathering that would happen this year, one where eligible males were coming to service the needs of the females of the pride who were in heat. Gods, he wouldn't say no to a slice of that. He needed a good fuck. No strings attached, just the way he loved it. He pushed out thoughts of screwing because it was just his hormones messing with him, the season rousing the need in him even when he couldn't participate. His family were responsible for maintaining order during the gathering, and as much as he hated that, wanting to fuck like the next male, he relished it in a way, because he got to do the other thing he loved. Fighting. Plenty of males lost their heads during the gathering, jacked up on hormones and pushed to the edge by them. Storm was allowed to beat the crap out of them if they kicked off a fight that wasn't over the right to mate with a female, which meant he got to fight at least once a day. Not gentle warm-up type fights either. He got to really let loose, just as he had when Alexander had landed that damn chopper on their land and tried to fuck with his family. Storm slid his gaze back towards the door, towards Gabriella. She groaned and moved again, and this time it sounded more like a whimper. He focused. Her heart rate was off the scale, too. Having a nightmare? He didn't give a damn if she was. Really didn't. Storm scrubbed a hand over his mouth. Fuck, it had been a mistake to set up his cabin as her cage. Sure, it had been the right thing, because it would keep her safe from the other males coming to the area, and it was easier for him to keep an eye on her in his own home. But the whole place smelled of her already. Her scent was embedded in everything, felt as if it was seared right into his soul. Sunshine, sand, and surf, with a hint of something tropical. He snagged the red comforter from the couch, brought it to his nose and inhaled, and muttered a ripe curse as it smelled of her. And damn, she smelled good. Had his instincts as a male firing on all cylinders. He growled and hurled it away from him as he stalked to the front door of the cabin, intent on leaving. He froze there, his senses immediately locking on her. Gabriella. What had happened to Wrath was her fault. That refused to stick, and he wanted to growl again, a need to blame her so he could direct some of the anger burning inside him at her, twisting him into knots inside. He didn't feel it, though, not when it came to her. He thought about Alexander, and sure enough, the blame stuck to him like superglue. Had his anger flaring hot in his veins all over again. He tried blaming her for what had happened to his parents, and to him, all those decades ago. It refused to stick, too. Fuck, Storm muttered and strode to the small white refrigerator beneath the kitchen counter, one that was rapidly warming now the power was out. He yanked it open, grabbed a beer, and slammed it shut again. He cracked the brown bottle open, chugged the contents so fast he almost choked on them as he glared at the darkening world outside through the window, and didn't flinch as he tossed the empty in the sink and it smashed. Gabriella gasped. Her fear shot through him. Storm looked at the broken glass in the metal sink, and then over his left shoulder at the bedroom door. He huffed as he strode to the main door of the cabin, tugged it open and slammed it behind him. He stepped off the raised covered deck that surrounded 3 sides of his single-story cabin and stormed along the worn path towards the clearing to his right. His fingers curled into fists and then flexed, his anger getting the better of him as he took long strides towards the river, the fading warmth of day washing over his bare chest. He breathed hard, each one labored as the need to burn off some energy returned, had him wound tight and his cougar side agitated, almost to the point of frenzied. 2 males came out of the thick woods to his right, stepping into the clearing, and he bared fangs at them and growled, hungry for a fight. The younger males gave him a wide berth, though, so all he could do was pace the stony bank of the river as the sun began to set. He wasn't sure how long he strode back and forth across the grass, his eyes on it as he fought to quell the urge to shift and start a fight. When he felt eyes on him, it was darker, but his vision adjusted the second he lifted his head and fixed his gaze on the male approaching him. Wrath. His oldest brother raked fingers through his thick brown hair, his gray eyes guarded. "What are you doing pacing the riverbank?" Wrath's deep voice rolled over him, as smooth and calm as the water that raced over the rocks behind Storm. He flashed fangs at Wrath. "Pacing? What the fuck does it look like I'm doing? You have a problem with me pacing?" "I have a problem when it leads to you being aggressive towards others." "Aggressive?" Storm snorted and took a hard step towards his brother, getting in his face. "You haven't seen me aggressive." "I have." Wrath's calm tone grated, had Storm wanting to grab him and do something, rattle him, shake him until he bit. "I take it things aren't going well with Gabriella." Storm bared his teeth again at the mention of her name. "Little bird will sing." Wrath arched a dark eyebrow at that, but didn't pick him up on the nickname he had given her. "Maybe you need to go back to your cabin and cool off." "Maybe you need to get the fuck out of my face." Storm took another hard step forwards, bringing himself chest to chest with his brother. Wrath just sighed. "I'm not going to fight you, so quit trying to make it happen." Storm felt like a dick as Wrath took a casual step backwards, placing some distance between them. Threatening his brother when he was injured? What the fuck was wrong with him? He stared at Wrath's right shoulder, seeing beyond the dark fleece he wore to the wound beneath. An injury her brother had given him. He growled and looked towards his cabin, seething with a need to return to her and do something to make her talk. "She hasn't said anything at all?" Wrath's measured tone, so calm and even, soothed him, and he clawed back some control over his mood, enough that he could progress from merely growling and snapping at his brother to having a conversation. "She asked about your condition, and she wants to see Ivy." Storm didn't take his eyes off his cabin. "Ivy mentioned that Gabriella was the one who secured her initial funding from her brother, and they get along." So Little Bird hadn't been lying about that then. Wrath continued. "Maybe it's a good idea that Ivy speaks with her. I'll go with her." Storm growled at that, a low, vicious one that echoed around the forest and had a few birds flying their roosts. Because no damned way he was letting Wrath take over things with his Little Bird. If she was going to sing for anyone, it was going to be for him. He pushed past his brother, his words a dark snarl in the fading light, filled with purpose and determination. "I'll get her talking." Chapter 3. Gabriella shook off sleep, feeling more tired than she had when she had fallen asleep on the bed. She hadn't meant to doze off, but when she had sat on the mattress, it had been so soft and warm, and the darkness had been strangely comforting. She had dropped off before she had even noticed she was sleepy. She pushed up on the bed and stared through bleary eyes at the door and the slim shaft of light that came through the keyhole. It was brighter now. Either the man had fixed the electricity problem or it was daylight. She shuffled to the edge of the bed, her gray skirt riding up her thighs, and pushed onto her bare feet. She tugged her skirt back down and warily reached for the handle. When she turned it this time, the door moved and surprise flashed through her. She hadn't told him anything, but he had unlocked the door anyway. Hard in her mouth, she eased it open. Her captor stood just feet on the other side of it, a towel slung over his bare shoulder and his sandy hair tousled and wet, a few shades darker than before. His gray eyes darkened as they landed on her, and then he turned away, picked up a pair of black jeans from the back of the brown leather couch and bent over. She tried not to look as he slipped his feet into them, and she realized he was naked, but her eyes refused to cooperate as he tugged them up and over a seriously delectable ass. He didn't bother to button them as he moved around the small cabin, scrubbing the towel over his hair, causing it to lighten as he dried it. A matching trail of hair started just above his navel and traveled downwards, filled the open V of his jeans, and led her eyes in that direction. He startled her by buttoning them, and she looked away, but her gaze caught on his right hip and a vicious scar that cut through the muscle that arched over it, distorting it. He growled at her, the sound pure cougar, and her eyes leaped to the wooden floor. Gabby made a mental note not to stare at the scar if she saw it again, because he didn't like it. He tugged on a black t-shirt, covering himself, and then followed it with a thick black woolen jumper that hugged his broad chest. "Ready to sing yet?" His gruff voice filled the tense silence. When she didn't answer, he huffed, jammed his feet into his boots, and walked out the door, slamming it behind him. Gabby looked at it through the glass to him where he stood on the deck, speckled sunlight dancing over his shoulders and damp hair, and did her best not to recall how magnificent he had looked in nothing. He was a pig, and a brute. She had cabin fever or something, was suffering from some sort of mental breakdown because of the stress of her situation. That was the only reason she was eyeing him up as if he was a feast and she wanted to devour him. Her stomach grumbled. Or maybe she was just hungry. She forced her eyes away from him and frowned as they landed on a plate on the kitchen counter. One filled with a very rustic-looking bread roll, butter and jam, and a smattering of fruit. For her? She drifted towards the kitchen, and sure enough, there was a dirty plate in the sink, together with a glass bowl. She inspected that closer, brushed her fingers over the light dusting of white on the side of it and lifted them, rubbing the residue between them. Flour? She refused to believe the pig had baked bread. It wasn't possible. She looked for him, but he was gone. He couldn't possibly have some refined edges, could he? God, even she couldn't bake. That was probably for lack of trying, though. Her school had attempted to teach her how to cook, but what was the point when her family had a chef? Gabby snatched the plate and did her best not to scoff down the food, but her stomach ached so badly that she needed something in it, and it wasn't as if anyone could see her stuffing her face. A woman with blonde hair that looked more natural than Gabby's own dyed locks wandered past, tossing her a black look in the process. One Gabby doubted was about her eating habits, and was all about her relationship to Alexander and the reason for her presence in the cabin. She moved to her left so she could see out of the window. There were more people in the area. She spotted two men she didn't recognize crossing the narrow slice of green she could see, and there was a black-haired woman, too. That woman had been here when she had arrived with Alexander in the helicopter, though. Gabby remembered seeing her looking out of the window of a cabin near the river. The pig crossed the grass, too, heading back towards her, so she quickly finished off her food and hurried to the couch, arranging herself on it in her usual position. The door opened and she refused to look at him as she felt his eyes on her, boring into the side of her face. They moved from her and she snuck a glance at him, caught him putting the empty plate she had left on the side into the sink with his one. He dumped a white plastic canister of water down on the counter where it had been, unscrewed the cap and poured half of it into a glass pitcher. He put the cap back on, set the canister in the corner of the kitchen area, and used the pitcher to fill a coffee machine. She wanted to ask if they had electricity again, but held her tongue. He didn't look at her as he cracked the window above the sink open, one that wasn't large enough for her to escape through, but one that allowed fresh air to roll into the room. It was sweet with the scent of pine and dew. He left, slamming the door behind him. Gabby eyed the coffee maker with suspicion. She was starting to get the impression his new tactic was to convince her to talk by showing her kindness. She would talk, but she doubted he would believe a word she said, so there was very little point in talking to him. If he let her see Ivy, then she would tell her everything, because she was sure Ivy would believe her and would help the pig and his brother Wrath see that she had nothing to do with Archangel. She didn't want to understand why he didn't trust her, why he presumed she was in league with them, but she could. Archangel were an organization that had cells across the world, one dedicated to something that had sounded insane to her when she had found out about them barely a few months ago. They hunted non-humans in order to protect people. Non-humans. People like her captor, who could shift into the form of a cougar. She still felt she was going crazy whenever she thought about that. The aroma of coffee pulled her onto her feet, and she meandered around the couch to the machine, found a mug and helped herself. She lifted the mug to her lips, blue and brave to sip, and wanted to moan. Strong and dark just the way she liked it. Her eyes settled on the man where he stood near the deck, talking to another one who resembled him a little, but he was shorter by a good inch and slimmer too. Where her captor's hair was sandy, his was jet black and hung in waves around his nape. Where her captor liked tight black jeans and t-shirts fit for a biker, the other man wore practical clothing of a shirt that hugged his body and dark brown trekking trousers and hiking boots. The similarity of their square jaws, the straight regal noses and the cut of their mouth, and the intense gray of their eyes said they were related, though. Another brother? The black-haired man smiled as he watched the blonde woman, the scar over the left side of his lips tugging at them. She grew up fine. More than fine, her captor rumbled and slapped a hand down on his shoulder, fingers creasing the man's dark blue shirt. Flint, she's a work of art. Flint, Raff. She knew two of their names, but not his. Pig. Her heart supplied that word, and she wanted to grin, because if he got to give her a nickname, then she got to give him one too. Pig lived up to his name by running his eyes over the woman's fall of blonde hair, the deep brown sweater that hugged her curves, to the practical black trousers that molded to her ass and long legs. He tossed Flint a salacious grin. I'd tap that. Flint chuckled. You'd tap anything with a pulse. Except a human, her mind whispered. No humans, apparently. His grin widened, and he swept a hand down himself. It's not my fault I was born looking like this. They practically hurl themselves at me and beg me. It's a crying shame we can't take part. Flint sighed in agreement. Take part in what? That almost overshadowed what he had said about how he could have his pick of women. Almost. Well, he couldn't have her, so he was wrong about that. He might have been born good-looking, but from where she was standing, it had corrupted him, warped him into just another man who thought their looks would get them anywhere they wanted to go. He was just like Alexander in that respect. God, she could imagine how the brute would react if she told him that. It was almost tempting. When he held up a bag and jerked his chin towards the cabin, she ducked away from the window, missing what he said to his brother. The door opened a split second later, and his eyes landed on her where she stood near the log burner, the mug of coffee in her hand. Drinking my coffee now? He arched an eyebrow at her, and she ignored him because he wasn't angry with her. No. There was a satisfied glint in his gray eyes that said he had wanted her to fall for the coffee trick, and was sure she was going to fall for whatever one he employed next. He held up the bag and waggled it. Ivy and some of the females donated to your cause. Must make a change? Being shown charity? He opened the bag when she didn't respond and peered inside it. Ooh. His shoulders trembled beneath his black woolen jumper as if he was shuddering. All kinds of goodies. Clothes, candy, other necessities to keep you beautiful. That gave her pause. Keep her beautiful? Pig thought she was beautiful. He didn't seem to notice his choice of words, because she was sure that if he had, he would have been horrified by them, by finding a human of all things beautiful. He pulled out a near-empty bottle of perfume and some deodorant, plus a toothbrush and razor, and damn, she wanted them. But she wasn't going to let him see that. She wasn't going to let him win. She folded her arms across her chest. Let me go. I've done nothing wrong. You can't keep me here, like a prisoner. Like a prisoner? She nodded. He smiled coldly. Little bird, you are a prisoner, and I'm your jailer, and until you tell me what I want to know, you aren't going anywhere. She planted her hands on her hips and glared at him. You know this is illegal, right? You're trespassing on our land. You brought assault rifles and intended to slaughter us all. And you think you have a right to say what we're doing is illegal? He barked, and she shrank back, but then rallied and stood her ground. He advanced on her, but she refused to let him intimidate her. I can, and I will, do whatever it takes to protect my kin. Gabby set her jaw as her heart began to pound, anger trickling through her veins to heat her blood. I swear I'm not going to tell anyone. Who would believe me anyway? Archangel, he snarled and stepped into her, his huge body crowding her as she tried to hold her ground. The people you work for. I'm sure they'll believe you, and they'll come back with more guns, more hunters. And I can't allow that. I told you, I don't work for Archangel. She squared up to him, which did nothing. He just glared at her, his eyes blazing gold, triggering an instinct in her that screamed at her to run because she was in danger. She had nowhere to run, so all she could do was fight. He had her backed into a corner, but she was damned if she was going down without a battle. So that's it then. I'm just going to be your prisoner forever. Unless you tell me what I want to hear, that's pretty much the case, little bird. He glowered down at her, his jaw muscles tensing beneath his golden skin. I'm not going to accept that, she bit out. I want to talk to Ivy. You'll talk to me. He grabbed her arm, the press of his fingers hot and hard, making her aware of him and how close he was to her. His body brushed hers, her breasts against his stomach, his thighs against her hips. Her breathing quickened as his proximity wreaked havoc on her, had thoughts spinning through her mind that she damned well wasn't going to entertain. Get your bloody hand off me. She meant it to come out loud and forceful, but it left her on a whisper. No, he muttered, and his deep voice was as strained and low as hers. His eyes darkened, but it wasn't anger in them. It was desire. Fire that lit up the gold of his irises. She was seeing things, her tired mind messing with her. Because the pig didn't like humans, he liked his women fast and forgettable, and she didn't like her men going furry and feral. But then his eyes dropped to her lips. It was just the briefest glance, but she caught it and how his eyes darkened further. Oh, Cougar Boy wanted her. Gabby couldn't resist tilting her head back, part of her wanting to lure him in, even when she wasn't sure whether she was doing it because she wanted to find a way to escape, and gaining his trust in this way felt like the right move to make, or because she wanted to kiss him too, burned with the same fire that was in his eyes. He glanced at her mouth again, and for a heart-stopping moment she thought he would kiss her, braced herself for it, and found herself fiercely wanting it. Fool. His lips quirked in a cold smile. You're not my type. I prefer my females to have a heart behind their breasts, and without a knife in their hand ready to stab me in the back. Son of a bitch. That hurt even when she tried to let it glance off her. It cut deep, his aim true. You flatter yourself a bit too much, she bit out, venom in her tone, and he leaned back and frowned down at her. I have a fiancé, one who will be looking for me, a very powerful man. One who she doubted was really worried about her, since the match had been Alexander's idea, and she had only gone along with it at the time to help him out when he had needed an investor to save his business. Her words had the desired effect, though. The man released her, looked at her through truly dark eyes for the first time, no flicker of light and warmth in them at all, and left, slamming the door behind him so hard that one of the glass panes cracked, and she flinched. She had the feeling she had upset him just as she had wanted, but it didn't make her feel better. It only made her feel worse. Gabby sat on the couch, keeping still and silent, lost in thought as she stared at the flames. Day drifted into night, and when he didn't return, she settled in his bed and slept as best she could, expecting to wake when he came home and stomped around the cabin, making her aware of his mood. Only she woke the next morning and there was no sign of him. She padded across the wooden floor to the bag he had left on it near the kitchen, picked it up and emptied the contents one by one on the polished wooden counter. She glanced at the door but didn't bother to check it. The key was missing, and she had no doubt he had locked it while she had been busy flinching. Gabby used the supplies he had given her to clean up in his small bathroom. The water was freezing. She hurried through washing herself and used the deodorant but not the perfume, and dressed in the dark green t-shirt and the brown trousers that were a few sizes too large for her. Ivy's? She cinched them at the waist with a supplied belt and went into the kitchen, finger-brushing her blonde hair as she gazed out of the window, at the woods and the strip of the clearing that she could see. There were another 3 men she didn't recognize today, together with 2 more women, both of them very pretty and both of them brunettes. They reminded her of Ivy, and she ached to see the woman she had come to think of as a friend, her heart heavy as she stood in silence in the empty cabin. She just wanted to see a kind face. She went through the process with the coffee machine, replacing the filter and grounds, and the water, only to realize the power was out again. Had he disconnected it to punish her because she had tried to punish him? Tears filled her eyes, but she sniffed them back. "Screw him! Bloody bastard! You can't keep a good Gabby down." She rifled through his cupboards and found a steel kettle and a cafetiere and grinned. She filled the kettle with water, set it on top of the log burner, and went back to the window as she waited for it to boil. Pig appeared, dressed in the same black jeans and jumper he had been wearing yesterday as he crossed the grass, heading over to one of the women. He smiled as he spoke with her while they walked, following the path towards the woods and his cabin, each one a needle that pierced Gabby's chest and made it sting for some reason. His eyes remained locked on the woman as they stopped near the cabin, in full view of Gabby. The hunger in his gaze made her want to look away, even though it was a pale shadow of the way he had looked at her yesterday, before he had spent the night away from the cabin. With one of the women? She remembered what he had said to Flint, that he wanted in on the action. He wanted these women. He glanced in her direction and smirked at her, and she looked away from him, refusing to let him win. He was doing it to spite her, to hurt her because she had hurt him. She was sure of it. He wanted the women who were coming to the area, but he wanted her more. And damn her, she wanted him too. But she wasn't going to give in to him. Never. Chapter 4. When Gabriella disappeared from view in his cabin, the urge to go and find her was strong, almost had him moving away from the female, and certainly had him not listening to a word she said as she flirted with him. Storm stared at the cabin door, reeling as the need to see Gabriella went through him. He tried to brush it off as he dragged his eyes away and fixed them back on the brunette beside him. Taya smiled, flashed come-fuck-me eyes at him like a pro, but he felt nothing as he stared at her, said words he didn't hear and could have been utter gibberish as the need to see Gabriella pounded in his blood, drummed in his veins. She was human. Her kind had burned him before, and he wasn't interested in taking another trip down that dark path. Never again. But his eyes strayed back to the cabin, and his senses locked onto her. His ears rang with her words as Taya did her best to seduce him into forgetting his role as a protector. She had a fiancé, a very powerful man. He had felt that jab as a knife between his ribs. He was powerful and she fucking knew it, had no right to question his strength or his prowess as a male. "Storm?" Taya's soft voice, murmured close to his ear, shattered his thoughts, and he looked at her. "Trouble with the human? You know the whole of the creek is talking about her. She's a complication and she needs to be dealt with." He wanted to growl at that. Little Bird was a complication, he was well aware of that. She was a complication he certainly didn't need. A beautiful, alluring, and fucking tempting complication. But she was his complication. "I hear any word around the creek that anyone, and I mean anyone, is thinking about doing something they shouldn't be. They'll answer to me. Got that, Taya?" He growled, and she blanched and nodded, a flicker of fear crossing her dark eyes as he bared his emerging canines in a show of aggression and dominance. "About that coffee," she murmured, quiet and lacking the confidence she had been throwing in his face just seconds ago. "Not gonna happen." He pivoted away from her, leaving her staring after him as he stepped up onto the deck of his cabin and approached the door. He opened it, and damn, wrath would kill him if he knew he had left Gabriella unattended all night in an unlocked cabin, giving her ample opportunity to escape. He had needed the run, though. She had fired him up, had lured him damn close to kissing her, and then she had slapped him in the face with a fiancé and roused his cougar instincts. It had either been running, fighting, or fucking. No males had been around to fight when he had stormed out of the cabin. The few females who had given him the eye had left him cold inside. So running had been his only option. Gods, he had run so far so fast until every muscle had burned from the exertion, and he had been forced to rest in a glade close to 50 miles from the creek, deep in the wilderness. He had hunted, had scent marked, and had done a few loops of the mountain trails in the area. He had even tangled with a cougar, not a shifter this time, a young male who had thought to challenge him and had then thought the better of it. Storm had let him off with a gentle beating. When the sun had been close to rising, the need to return had bloomed inside him, calling him back to the creek. He had arrived an hour after dawn to a very unimpressed-looking raft as he had strolled out of the woods on the other side of the river and disturbed the bears that Ivy had been photographing for her work. Ivy had asked about Gabriella, concern shining in her soft hazel eyes. Storm had remained in his cougar form to avoid having to answer her, because he hadn't been sure how she was. He looked at her where she sat on his couch, glaring at the log burner and the kettle on it. When it whistled, she stood and reached for it. Storm beat her to it, swatting her bare hand away before she could touch the handle. "You want to burn yourself?" She just turned her glare on him.
"Maybe if the power was working, I wouldn't be forced to endure the rustic life."
The power was out again? Fuck. At this rate, he was getting a generator, and Wrath could complain all he liked about the noise. He was sick of the power in his cabin going out. He grabbed a cloth, wrapped it around the handle, and lifted the kettle from the top of the log burner. He carried it to the kitchen, filled the cafetiere with the hot water, and then placed the kettle in the sink. He stared at the cafetiere for a few minutes, ignoring the way Gabriella's gaze burned into his back, stoking a need to look at her, anger rolling off her that had nothing to do with him chastising her about trying to burn herself or the lack of power. He tried to figure out why she was mad with him, other than the obvious fact he was holding her captive. Because he had been flirting with Taya? Or because he had left her alone all night? It struck him that she thought he had been out all night with Taya, and that she was jealous. He was starting to wonder whether she really had a fiancé, or whether she had made him up to spite Storm because he had rejected her. And he was starting to wonder why the fuck her jealous outburst pleased him so damn much. He plunged the coffee, poured her a mug, and turned and presented it to her with a flourish and a bow. "Is there anything else ma'am would like?"
"I'd like out of here."
She rose from the couch and snatched the coffee from him, her blue-gray eyes flashing fire at him. The way she planted her free hand on her left hip made her breasts jut out in her green t-shirt, luring her eyes to them. He resisted and kept them locked on hers. "You had a shot," he muttered, and almost smiled when her eyes widened. "I might have forgotten to lock the door last night." Those stormy eyes narrowed.
"Obviously you find it hard to think with your big head when the little one is demanding attention."
Ouch. Questioning his self-control now. She was one to talk. He hadn't missed the fact she had checked him out long and slow, drinking in every inch of him when he had been naked, just as he hadn't missed the way her breath had hitched, and desire had flared in her eyes when she had been close to him, or how she wanted to kiss him, which was hell for him. She couldn't have just remained aloof and cold towards him, could she? She had to go show him some interest, enough to spark his own and bring it to the fore, allowing it to slip its leash enough to have him considering kissing her. Gods, he had wanted to kiss her. "My big head thinks just fine, little bird." He took a step towards her. "The little one is more about the doing than the thinking."
"From what I've heard, you're purely about the action. Chasing tail obviously makes you forget you have a prisoner. I'll remember that next time."
The bite in her soft voice, the way it snapped at him, had him narrowing his eyes on her and trying to see whether it was all for show, or whether his disappearing act all night had truly riled her. What was it to him if it had? She was just a prisoner, more than likely worked for his enemy, and as soon as he found out everything he wanted to know, she would be out of his life. Storm pushed past her, slumped onto the couch, and kicked his feet up. He closed his eyes, tipped his head back, and sighed as he sank into the cushions. Gabriella moved a step away from him towards the door. "Don't even think about it. I'm tired and I'm cranky, and you don't want to get on my bad side," he growled without looking at her and tried to relax. She didn't help.
"Oh, did you wear yourself out being a man whore?"
She moved another step away from him, but since she only went to the kitchen, he didn't bother moving, just tracked her with his senses, which said she was more than angry. She was furious. If anyone should be furious, it was him. He huffed. "I'm not a man whore."
"I heard you talking to that Flint fellow about tapping the women. It's disgusting."
Her eyes landed on him, and her sharp tone lashed at him.
"Is that what this place is? Some sort of filthy retreat for shifters like you to indulge your base urges?"
Storm sprang to his feet, whipping to face her. "You want to see my base urges, little bird? They're not pretty, and they certainly don't involve fucking." She looked as if she might shrink away, but then she slammed her mug down with surprising force on the counter and squared up to him, her chin tipping up as her blue-gray eyes flashed.
"You're going to fight me? Come on, then. I'm not afraid of you."
She was, but he gave her credit for not showing it. He had to use his senses to feel it in her. She sucked down a breath and took a fierce step towards him.
"Why don't you just get it over with and kill me? That's what you're going to do, isn't it? That's why you won't let me speak to Ivy. It doesn't matter what I say to you, because you've made up your mind about me."
For the first time since he had dragged her into his cabin, tears filled her eyes, and he saw the fear she had locked inside her in them. She spun away from him and bent her head, and gods, a chill went through him as he stared at her, as the weight of her pain pressed down on him and birthed a need to go to her, to reassure her that he wasn't going to do anything like that. He planted his boots to the floor instead and murmured, "You just have to talk, little bird. Silence is getting you nowhere."
"What's the point in talking to you? You've already made up your mind,"
she croaked and cleared her throat. Anger he could handle, waterworks he could not. He took a step towards her before he realized what he was doing and stopped, but he couldn't keep from saying, "Gabriella." Her small shoulders tensed and she drew down a shuddering breath.
"What?"
He scrubbed a hand over his hair because he wasn't sure what he had meant to say to her. He wasn't sure of anything as he stood there staring at her trembling shoulders, feeling her pain going through him, cleaving him open.
"Can you just leave again?"
she whispered, and he could feel she meant that, wanted it more than she wanted him near her. That stung a little. He wasn't going to examine why. "Not going to happen," he said, and wasn't surprised when she rounded on him, fury in her bloodshot eyes again.
"Leave!"
she snapped, and he shook his head. She was behind him in the next second, hands on his back, shoving him towards the door.
"Get out!"
"It's my cabin." He exerted a sliver of his strength, and it was enough to make it impossible for her to move him. She was strong for a human, clearly worked out, but even a female cougar couldn't move him when he put his mind to it.
"Fine."
The heat of her hands disappeared from his back, and she stormed around the couch, heading for the door.
"I'll leave then."
"I don't fucking think so." He blocked her path before she could reach the door, folded his arms across his chest, and shook his head. It didn't deter her. She shoved her hands against her curvy hips and stared him down, her soft pink lips setting in a mulish line. He much preferred this feisty and furious female to the one who had been crying a moment ago.
"Take me to Ivy," she snapped. "I want to be with Ivy and Wrath. I'm sure they wouldn't treat me like this."
The thought of Wrath treating her kindly, being near her and taking care of her, really grinded Storm's gears, and he ended up growling at her, turning and locking the door, and shoving the key in his pocket. No fucking way she was going to Wrath. Gabriella's blue-gray eyes widened, and then they narrowed as they lifted from the door to him. Something flared in them, and she turned her back on him. Fight over? He had expected her to give him at least a few more rounds. He had expected her to get him fired up again, push him to the edge as she had before, and then attempt to lure him into kissing her. His own eyes widened as it hit him that he had wanted it. Still wanted it. Instead of her soft, warm lips on his, he got the cold shoulder. She moved around the cabin, fixing herself another coffee and leafing through his collection of worn paperbacks, diligently ignoring him, which grated more than the thought of her with Wrath and Ivy. Gods, he needed some air. He unlocked the door, opened it, and shut it behind him. The relief was immediate. the crisp fresh air in his lungs cooling the fever burning deep in his bones, the insane need to kiss her. A human, one who was probably his enemy. She flew at the door as he locked it, scowled at him through the glass, and banged her palms on the wooden panels.
"You can't keep me prisoner!"
"I made it pretty clear I can, and I will until you answer my questions. Honestly." He waved the key at her, feeling like a jerk as she looked at it and then at him, her pale eyebrows furrowing.
"I'll talk, but not to you. I want to speak with Ivy."
With that, she turned her back on him and sank onto the couch. Refused to look at him for the 10 minutes he stood on the deck, which really fucking riled him. He added cold shoulder treatment to the things he couldn't deal with when it came to women, turned on his heel and strode toward his brother's cabin at the top of the clearing. Maybe it was time he called in the cavalry. Ivy was on the deck of Rath's cabin, sipping coffee and admiring the view, her camera in her lap, ready in case anything of interest showed up. As he approached, Rath poked his head out of the open door and said, "I can feel your anger a mile off."
"Ready to admit defeat?"
Ivy set her mug down and looked across at him, her hazel eyes tracking him as he rounded the deck of the cabin that was smaller than Storm's own one, but had a huge glass pane that covered the top triangular section of the gable end where the loft bedroom was. Maybe he should have put in a loft bedroom when he had been building his. It had better views than his cabin, too, but then he wasn't going to complain. He only visited once every few years, when his brother pressed him to come home, so he had no need of a nice view. Rath lived at Cougar Creek year-round, taking care of the cabins and the land for everyone. Storm wasn't sure how his brother did it. It would drive him insane. A little like Gabriella. Storm threw his hands up. "I admit defeat." Ivy grinned at that. "You haven't gotten anything out of her." Rath stepped onto the deck, wearing only a loose pair of faded jeans that rode low on his hips. His dark brown hair was damp, too, and Storm hadn't failed to miss that Ivy's chestnut hair hung in wet waves around her shoulders. Conserving water by sharing a bath? Or maybe just enjoying their newly mated status. As much as he didn't like humans, he liked Ivy, and he valued a fated mate just as much as the next cougar. She was good for his brother, and he was happy the idiot hadn't completely fucked things up and driven her away. He shook his head. "Other than the fact that she has a fiancé, no. She won't tell me anything about him, though, and I want to know who he is." Purely because he wanted to protect the pride and worried the male might be a member of Archangel like her brother. It had nothing to do with the jealousy that ran rampant in his blood whenever he thought about the male possessing Gabriella.
"It's news to me, but I can ask her about him."
Ivy moved her camera off her lap and sat up in the wooden chair, gathered her hair and tied it back.
"I'll do my best to get her to talk. I'm sure she'll speak to me."
"I want to be there." Storm folded his arms across his chest and frowned when Ivy shook her head, causing her chestnut ponytail to sway across the shoulders of her Merlot t-shirt.
"You're a little intimidating, Storm, and I heard you shouting at her from here. I think the whole creek heard."
Great, just great. That was the last thing he needed. "She isn't exactly cooperative," he bit out in his defense. Rath smirked. "It takes someone who is uncooperative to no one." He shot his older brother daggers for that one. "Ivy goes in alone." Rath held his hand up before Storm could protest. "Gabriella is more likely to talk if she's alone with Ivy, feeling secure and safe." Insinuating that little bird didn't feel safe and secure around him. Low blow. He let his brother off when he continued. "We will wait on the deck." That Storm could go along with, because Gabriella would think she was safe to talk with Ivy with the windows and door closed, that their conversation would be private, when Storm would be able to hear every damned word she said. Chapter 5. The door opened and Gabby turned towards it as she rose from the couch, a barb on the tip of her tongue, ready to launch at the man. Ivy stood in the doorway. Gabby couldn't stop herself from flying at her, hurling her arms around her neck and hugging her, relief sweeping her across the room in a heartbeat. It washed through her in strong waves that stole her strength, as Ivy wrapped her arms around her waist and squeezed her tight.
"It's okay,"
Ivy murmured against her shoulder.
"No one is going to hurt you."
Gabby lifted wary eyes to the two men on the deck, the pig and his brunette brother, the one who had been injured, the one who had killed Alexander. No trace of remorse colored his gray eyes as he looked at her. That made it hard for her to believe Ivy. She had the feeling that if they didn't like what she had to say, if they didn't believe her, then she was destined for the same future as her half-brother.
"You know what they are, right?"
Gabby whispered as she released Ivy and backed into the cabin away from the two men. Ivy nodded.
"I know."
And it was clear she wasn't afraid of them, not as Gabby was. Because the one called Wrath was something to Ivy? Ivy glanced at the two men and closed the door in their faces. They exchanged a look and turned their backs on the cabin and started talking to each other, their words muffled through the wood and the glass.
"Just you and me now."
Ivy led her to the couch and Gabby slumped onto it, feeling bone-deep tired as all her strength suddenly drained from her, seeing Ivy a familiar face, one that was gentle and kind, stealing it away.
"I can't believe you know what they are and you're not afraid of them."
She looked across at Ivy as the brunette sat beside her, her deep red t-shirt a contrast to her charcoal trousers. Gabby's own clothes had definitely been a gift from Ivy, one she would thank her for later, after she had said everything rushing to the front of her mind and the tip of her tongue. Ivy glanced over her shoulder at the door.
"They're not so bad once you get used to them."
Gabby shook her head at that.
"Maybe Wrath, although he—"
Ivy placed a hand on her knee and squeezed it gently.
"I'm sorry about what happened. Alexander. Well, he shouldn't have come here." "I know."
She averted her gaze, fixing it back on the fire, watching the flames as she always did whenever her thoughts were weighing her down, pressing heavily on her heart.
"If I had known what he intended to do, God, Ivy, I would have stopped him, somehow."
Her words seemed to please Ivy, and she found herself relaxing, and hoping that Ivy could convince the brothers to believe that she wasn't a threat to them.
"He doesn't believe me, you know."
Gabby flicked a glance at the man through the glass of the door, pinning her blue-gray eyes briefly on the back of his sandy hair. He shoved his fingers through it and said something to his brother, his face a dark mask. What were they talking about? Her?
"Wrath?"
Ivy looked over her shoulder again.
"Or Storm?"
"Storm?"
"Is that his name?"
she bit out, unable to keep the venom from her tone as her glance became a glare.
"It suits him. It's as if his parents knew he was going to grow into a vicious pig."
Ivy turned wide hazel eyes on her.
"He hasn't even told you his name?"
She sighed when Gabby shook her head, reached across and squeezed Gabby's knee again.
"I'm sorry, Gabby. I tried to convince him to let me speak with you sooner, but stubbornness sort of runs in their blood. If I had known he hadn't even told you his damned name, I would have told Wrath to kick his ass."
Ivy said the last sentence louder, probably loud enough that her man heard it. Gabby looked at Wrath and found him grinning at Storm as Storm glared at him, a fierce edge to his now gold eyes that dared his brother to try. Gabby shrank a little further away from the door and kept her voice low so the two men wouldn't be able to hear her.
"What's his problem with humans?"
She risked a glance at Storm, but he was chatting animatedly with his brother again, all trace of anger gone from his handsome face.
"Their family were attacked by Archangel almost 40 years ago now, and their parents were killed. And as far as I know, Storm was badly injured,"
Ivy whispered and leaned closer.
"I think maybe his problem with our kind runs the course of a different river, though, if you get what I mean."
Ivy tapped her chest. It would make sense. A woman had burned Storm, and now he hated all human women, her included. But the way he had looked at her, she wasn't blind. He wanted her, as fiercely as she wanted him, which was a problem.
"His attitude towards women needs improvement," she muttered.
Ivy smiled.
"Their temperament runs in their blood, too, I'm afraid. Wrath was equally as prickly when I first arrived."
Gabby doubted Storm was going to become anything but prickly, though. which was fine with her. She locked her gaze on Ivy and ignored him as he glanced over his broad shoulders at her. The quicker she told Ivy everything, the quicker she was getting out of here, back to her life.
Look, Ivy, I'm not a member of Archangel. I don't know anything about them other than the fact they hunt non-humans. And I didn't know what Alexander was involved in, I swear it. I only found all of this out recently, and that was by mistake.
Ivy leaned closer still, a frown tugging at her dark eyebrows.
A mistake?
Gabby nodded and settled her hands on her lap, stared at them as she thought about that day at the mansion.
I remember the beautiful photographs you and the other photographers had taken of big cats, and I really wanted to get some printed into a book for Alexander for his 45th birthday. When he was out, I went into his office and his computer was on. It wasn't exactly difficult to guess his password, but I found more than the pictures I was looking for in his computer, though.
And she had wished from the second she had been foolish enough to let curiosity get the better of her that she had just logged out and walked away.
What did you find?
Ivy covered her hand with her own one, curled her fingers around it, and clutched her palm. Gabby closed her eyes because she wanted to shut out the images of what she had found, but they tormented her anyway, flashed across the darkness and had her close to covering her mouth as bile rose up her throat.
There was a folder on the desktop, and I was only looking for photographs, I swear.
She swallowed hard.
But when I opened the folder, I found there were pictures.
Pictures? Ivy's soft voice curled around her, offering encouragement and support that did nothing to ease Gabby's nerves. She was being ridiculous. Ivy knew about Wrath and Storm and the things Alexander had been involved in. There was no reason to fear telling her. If anything, there was every reason to want to tell her, because it might mean her freedom. But remembering what she had seen that day, it had her struggling with her words and the strength to say them. She swallowed hard again, shut out the visions of what she had seen, and pushed onwards.
Alexander holding a dead jaguar in one picture, and then a shot taken a minute later. He's in the same location in a jungle, but he's holding a dead woman.
Gabby had to swallow again to stop the bile from rising, clenched her knees and opened her eyes, stared at the flames to burn away the gruesome image of her half-brother holding a dead woman. Her gaze leaped to Ivy as her heart started to pound.
I meant to leave then, but I ended up reading some of the files. Reports on locations and missions, and hunts that had gone well.
Her throat closed and her strength faltered, voice going quiet as she remembered everything that had happened.
I never really believed what I read, what I saw. Not until I saw Storm change and attack Alexander. He's really...
Ivy nodded.
They can shift into the form of a cougar. But they're peaceful, Gabby. They don't want to hurt people.
Gabby found that impossible to believe. Not the fact they could shift into a cougar, but the fact they were peaceful and didn't want to hurt people. Storm wanted to hurt her, and she was sure others in the area wanted the same thing. None of them trusted her. God, if Ivy hadn't been here, would Wrath have ordered her execution already? Her heart skipped a beat at that, and she couldn't stop her eyes from jumping from Ivy to Storm. He tilted his head slightly to his left, so his profile was to her, and frowned, his sandy eyebrows dipping low over his golden eyes as the corners of his profane lips turned downwards.
Gabby,
Ivy whispered, pulling her focus back to her as she rubbed her hand where it still gripped her knee.
They just want to live their lives in peace, the same as humans do.
And the same as some humans, they were willing to kill to achieve that peace.
You were telling me about that day in Alexander's office.
Ivy's gentle tone soothed her fear, and she pushed away from thoughts of Wrath and Storm hurting her, and focused back on her friend, because she was sure that convincing Ivy was the key to convincing Wrath and saving herself.
Alexander caught me,
she whispered and blew out her breath as every ounce of the fear, the terror she had felt that day came crashing over her again.
He was so angry with me, Ivy, and I was so afraid. I thought if he had killed those people, he might kill me. He's always resented me and what our mother did. So I pretended to buy into his shit. Thought if I acted as if I hated these non-humans too, as he ranted about them and how they killed his father and destroyed his life, and how they all had to die, that maybe I could get away, and everything would be fine. It wasn't fine, Ivy prompted, and Gabby shook her head. I ended up pulled into things. I'm not sure whether he thought maybe we were bonding, finally becoming family, or whether he just wanted to scare me.
Gabby shifted her focus back to the log burner, watching as the flames flickered, getting low now as their fuel started to run out.
I didn't know he was tracking you and the others. I was shocked when he came to the mansion and said we were going on a trip. I thought it was for his business, because when I spoke to George about it, he said that Alexander had cleared a large amount of funds from his account for the trip, and had marketed it to him as an opportunity he couldn't miss.
George? Ivy frowned.
George Bentley?
Gabby nodded.
He's my fiancé now.
She mustn't have sounded happy about that because Ivy's frown stuck.
When did this happen?
The brunette leaned closer still, her hazel eyes soft.
I don't see any ice on that finger.
She glanced down at her left hand as Ivy released it.
It was Alexander's idea. He told me I had to do it for the family. George is a banker, ridiculously rich, and Alexander needed his money because his business was in trouble.
Ivy's eyebrows shot up.
In trouble? That's news to me.
Gabby shrugged it off.
No one was meant to know. If I married George, then all of Alexander's money worries would go away.
But you don't want to marry him, Ivy said, a cautious edge to her voice as her eyes darted between Gabby's, seeking the truth in them. A truth Gabby was all too willing to admit, because she hated the burden of carrying it around in her heart.
I can't stand him. He's boring. A banker, Ivy. A banker. All he cares about are investments and his stocks, and making money off someone else's misfortune. God, he's as dull as dishwater.
Bloody hell, that had felt good to say. Ivy's soft pink lips tilted in a half smile.
I'm guessing the engagement is off now.
Gabby wanted that to be the case, but if she didn't go through with it, then Alexander's company, which would now belong to her mother, would go bankrupt and her family would follow it. They would lose everything if she didn't sacrifice something. She glanced at Storm. But would it really be worth the price she would have to pay? As she stared at his rigid shoulders, a thought struck her. Alexander had life insurance. She dragged her gaze to Ivy.
What happened to?
God, she couldn't bring herself to say it, felt wretched as she considered what she was about to ask, and her motivation behind it.
Storm took care of the body.
Ivy's voice softened as she said that, and sympathy flared in her hazel eyes. Sympathy that made it hit home that Alexander was really dead.
I'm sorry, Gabby. But he was going to kill them. They had to protect themselves. You understand that, right?
Ivy's eyes darted between hers. Gabby drew down a shuddering breath to hold the tears back, tears that part of her felt Alexander didn't deserve. Not after everything he had put her through, and the way he had treated her for most of her life, and not now that she knew the terrible things he had been doing, hunting people down and slaughtering them. She sniffed and nodded, inhaled and then slowly exhaled, getting control over herself again. Her eyes roamed to Storm, and she lowered her voice as familiar fear swept through her, a feeling that had plagued her from the moment she had grown aware of her cage and her jailer.
I'm afraid, Ivy. I'm afraid still. Scared that I'm next.
Ivy's warm hand settled on her arm and she gently squeezed.
Nothing bad will happen to you, Gabby. I'll help you. All you have to do is be honest with them and show them you have nothing to do with Archangel, and that you won't tell anyone about them. Just convince them they can trust you.
She scoffed at that. If only it were so simple.
I can't convince Storm, she muttered as she glared at his back. He's pig-headed and won't believe me. He's made up his mind about me. He hates me just because some part of Alexander is in my veins, because I was unfortunate enough to be born into that family. How am I supposed to convince someone who is hell-bent on believing I'm going to hurt them?
She tensed when the door opened and Storm strode in, his bright golden eyes fixed on her in a way that had a shiver chasing over her skin, and her heart rate jacking up. He didn't take his eyes off her as he said, "You've had your 15 minutes, Ivy. Time's up." Her first instinct was to shrink away, the bite in his deep voice and the darkness washing across his sculpted features, leaving her in no doubt that a terrible fate awaited her when Ivy left. But then the courage she had been gathering, slowly piecing together every time they came to blows, born of a desire to survive and show him that he wasn't going to defeat her, had her sitting straighter and glaring at him, staring at him without flinching. His expression shifted, a flicker of surprise crossing it before he dropped his gaze to Ivy. Ivy issued her an apologetic smile as she stood. "I'll check on you again soon." She wanted to ask her to stay, but she kept her eyes on Storm, refusing to let him intimidate her as wrath led Ivy away. When they were alone, Gabby pushed to her feet, turned her back on Storm, and swept into his bedroom with her head held high. "Where are you going?" he rumbled, deep voice sending a shiver down her spine, together with the feel of his eyes as they locked on her. She pivoted in the doorway to face him. "I'm going to bed." "That's my room." He jerked his chin towards it. Gabby smiled. "Not anymore." He stormed towards her, and she slammed the door in his face just as he reached it, used the key she had found in his absence, and locked it from the inside. "You gave up your right to it the moment you took me captive," she said, loud enough that she was sure he would hear her through the thick wooden panels. "In fact, this entire cabin is mine now, and you're going to have to either get used to it or let me go." His growl echoed through the door, a feral and dangerous sound that sent another shiver down her spine, followed by words that had that shiver turning hot and achy. "I'm never letting you go." Chapter 6. "I'm never letting you go." Storm staggered back a step as those words left his lips. He took another 2 steps backwards as they echoed in his mind in the tense silence, shook his head to shake them off, and growled as he turned his back on the door and Little Bird. He refused to let such a tiny female fluster him. She was right, and she was his captive, and it was better she slept in the bedroom. There were no windows in it, so the only method of escape for her would be crossing the living room to reach the front door while he was sleeping on the couch, and she had no chance of passing him without him feeling it. He slumped onto that couch and stared at the wall as he monitored her with his senses, trying to let the things she had said about him roll off his back. Easier said than done when he was seething, her barbs embedded deep in his heart, tormenting him. Gods, half of her conversation with Ivy had him mad at her, and the rest had him conflicted. He mulled it over as he watched the dying fire, moved from the couch to kneel in front of the black burner and went to work, clearing some of the ash and stacking new logs on the flames. He had the feeling she hadn't been lying to Ivy, that Ivy's plan had worked and Gabby had been talking candidly to her, unburdening her heart and her fears. Fuck. Every time he had felt her fear, he had come close to barging into the cabin to do something that left him reeling, even more confused than ever. He wanted to comfort her. She had been genuinely terrified of her brother, afraid that he would kill her, and relieved that he was gone. He had felt her relief and the guilt it had caused in her. What sort of bastard made his own flesh and blood afraid of him? What sort of bastard made his little sister marry someone she clearly despised? He sat back on his heels and focused on her a little harder, until he felt the fear that lingered. Not fear of her brother now, but fear of him. She honestly believed he wanted to kill her. She thought he was a danger to her. Storm scrubbed a hand over his face and found it impossible to deny that. He was a danger to her, but not in the way she thought. He could see that now, had been blind, but no longer. Listening to her, feeling her fear and her pain, had made something clear to him. He wanted her. It didn't matter that she was related to the family who had brought harm to his kin, had killed his parents and come close to killing him. It didn't matter that she had the faintest of ties to Archangel. Not anymore. He was past that, too far gone to save himself. He had realized it when she had told Ivy he was going to kill her, that he hated her and wanted to hurt her, and he had ached with a need to go to her, gather her into his arms, and kiss her until she believed otherwise, until she saw the truth he wanted to hide. He felt something for her. She was beautiful, fierce, fired him up and stood her ground with him in a way that roused his cougar instincts and made him want to dominate her and drive her into submission. He groaned and slumped back onto the couch, threw his arm across his eyes, and laid there. She thought he was dangerous. She didn't know how dangerous she was. She was playing a game where she didn't know the rules, but she was making all the right moves, stoking his aggressive and possessive side in a way no other female had before. She had him on unsteady ground, one that felt liable to buckle beneath him at any moment, had him questioning everything whenever he looked at her, his heart included. Gods, if only she knew. If only she could feel what he did. It pounded in his blood, beat in his heart, and drummed in his soul. She was something he hadn't been looking for, had never even considered for himself or had even wanted. But gods, he wanted her now. Needed her now. More than air, more than life in his breast. He had been fucking happy drifting through life without a master plan, doing whatever he wanted with no strings attached, flying solo and just fine that way. But now he wanted to leave that life behind, craved a future he had never considered before with a ferocity that left him shaken. And damn, if this was how Wrath had felt when Ivy had walked into his life, then he was really fucked. Because it meant one thing. Little Bird was his fated one. She had been made for him, and he felt that in every fiber of his being, was aware of it right down to his soul, on a level he didn't quite understand, one where he was deeply aware of something. He was hers. Storm let his arm fall to his side and stared blankly at the ceiling of his cabin, tried to pretend that feeling didn't exist and was just a figment of his imagination, but it persisted and had his senses shifting to the female in his bedroom. Fuck, he muttered. What the hell was he meant to do now? He couldn't talk to Wrath about it, that was for sure. He couldn't tell anyone. He just needed to pull his shit together and get over it, purge the fever she had started inside him. It wasn't going to happen. He shoved to his feet, crossed the room to the kitchen, and yanked the refrigerator open. Thank his ancestors it was still cold. He grabbed a beer, cracked it open, and took it with him onto the deck. A few passing females looked his way, tossing flirty smiles at him as he swigged from the bottle. Those looks would have inflamed him once, would have had him lamenting the fact he wasn't allowed to participate in the gathering. Now he was more interested in keeping an eye on the passing males, ensuring they didn't approach his territory. And Gabby. When he finished his beer, he considered grabbing another, but it had been warmer than he had expected and left a bitter taste in his mouth. He set the bottle down on the rickety wooden table on the deck at the front of his cabin, rolled the sleeves of his black woolen jumper up his forearms, and walked towards the solar panels. He carefully dragged each one into the open, the long cord allowing him to get them all the way to the start of the clearing where the sun would hit them most of the day and fill up his batteries in no time. Purely because he wanted cold beer and hot coffee. It had nothing to do with getting Little Bird some power so she could have the light on in his bedroom while she sulked. He was just positioning the final one when Taya approached him. "Has Wrath spoken with the human?" Her tone was soft, but something in it set him on edge and made him want to growl at her. He straightened to his full height and looked down at her. She flicked her brown hair over her shoulder and tossed him a smile that did nothing to ease his mood. Ivy spoke with her. What should have been enough for Taya, but the look she gave him asked if both he and his brother had lost their minds, allowing another human to talk with her. Ivy knows her. How do we know Ivy isn't part of Archangel too? Storm growled and closed the gap between them so his body pressed against hers, as he glared down at her and bared his fangs. You want to reconsider that question, Taya? This is Wrath's territory, so you might want to think twice about questioning the motivations of his mate. I'm just saying what others are thinking, Storm. She reached out to lay a hand on his chest, and he caught her wrist in a bruising grip before she could, squeezed her tightly enough that she flinched and tears lined her dark lashes. Anyone fucks with Wrath or Ivy, and they fuck with me. Flint and Cobalt, too. We don't have to protect you all. Our lives would be a lot damn easier without the responsibility, and without having to look after your homes. Just think about that for a second." He towered over her, squeezed her wrist a little tighter to get his point across, showing her that she was no match for him, and neither were any of the males in the vicinity. "If you all want me to chase you off this land, go ahead and mess with me. I'll fucking do it." Her dark eyes widened and he stepped closer to her, pulled her arm up so she couldn't escape him as she wanted to when she tried to back away. He brought his face down, practically nose to nose with her. "I told you once, Taya. You leave Gabby the fuck alone, or I won't chase you off my land. I'll bury you in the fucking woods with the Archangel bastards." She gasped, her eyes flying wider, and staggered as he shoved her away from him. A few of the cougars in the area looked at them, eyes leaping from him to Taya as she grasped her wrist, holding it to her chest. He growled at them all and flashed fangs, a need to fight flowing through him. Threatening one of the pride over a human of questionable background was bad enough, but fighting the males and females over her would be unforgivable. So rather than letting loose as he wanted, he bottled up his aggression and the anger pouring like hot acid through his veins, and stalked towards his cabin, towards the female responsible for his need to fight. He slammed his palm against the door, shoving it open. Little Bird gasped, and her eyes landed on him, searing him, stoking the fire inside him until it burned like an inferno, wild and dangerous inside him. His eyes narrowed on her. He kicked the door shut and advanced on her. Chapter 7. Shit was going to go south at any moment. Storm felt it in his bones as his cougar side shifted restlessly and prowled under his skin, had golden fur sweeping over his body beneath his clothes. He told himself to turn around and walk the other way, to run to work off this aggression blazing in his blood, but he found himself stalking forwards instead, towards the source of his need to fight. Gabby. Her blue-gray eyes were enormous as she stood beyond the brown couch, her hands tucked against her breasts, skin pale against the dark green of her t-shirt. Fear flashed in those eyes, almost convinced him to pull his shit together and leave her alone, to go outside and cool off in the river or something. But then fear turned to fight, to an aggression of her own, and gods, he wanted to goad it, needed to provoke her so she would fight him. He wanted to fight her more than he wanted to fight the males of the creek, wanted her barbs and that flash of fury in her eyes, her defiance as she threw them in his face and refused to back down. It was dangerous, but he craved it. Her eyes narrowed and her jaw set, and he almost moaned when he felt the fury rising inside her, knew that any moment now she was going to find her voice and hit him with everything she had.
"I thought you were gone off whoring yourself again," she bit out with a sly smile and a flash of fire in her eyes. "I was about to check the door to make sure. I figured if I found it unlocked, the little head was in control again."
He growled at that, tried to mean it, but it sounded too damned playful in his ears. Not that she noticed. She shrank away as if he had threatened her, clearly hadn't learned to read his tells yet or the difference between his growls. That one hadn't been aggression. It had been born of a need to tell her that if he was thinking with his little head, it was because of her. No other female came close to her. "I'm not a man-whore." He stood his ground when she bustled past him, wanting to groan as she moved close to him and he caught her scent. She had used some of the products he had given her, but still smelled of her natural scent that reminded him of a sunny beach, one that made him want to stretch out naked and bask in it.
"Could have fooled me,"
she muttered, and then added more punch to her words as she glanced out the kitchen window toward the clearing.
"I saw you with her again, that brunette. She been a little clingy? It must be such a pain when they want more than one night with you. Way beyond your remit. You weren't built to handle a relationship."
He growled properly at that barb, spun on his heel to bare his fangs at her too. "I can handle a relationship," she scoffed.
"Sure, and I loved my half-brother."
She was quick to look away, some of her fire fading as she fell silent. He struggled with his words, ached to tell her that her brother had been a bastard, scaring her like that, treating her miserably by the sound of things, using her for his own end and going as far as hating her because his mother had married her father. Gabby tugged his fridge open, gabbed one of his few remaining beers, and huffed as she wrestled with it, trying to get it open. "Not used to cracking open beers," he muttered and crossed the room, took the opener and the bottle from her and did it for her. She snatched the brown bottle back and glared at him.
"I'm sorry. Some of us have a more refined palate."
He snorted at that. "Or their butler did everything for them. Must be tough having to fend for yourself for once." She scowled at him, looked as if she wanted to bite his head off, and then turned her cheek to him and guzzled the beer. Choked on it. She gripped the counter with one hand as she spluttered into his sink. When he went to pat her on the back to help her, she shot him an indignant look and pushed his arm away.
"Don't touch me,"
she snapped and placed some distance between them. She drained the last of her beer and he frowned as she came back for another, managed to open it and drank it down fast. "Slow down." He reached for her when she opened a third and she shot him daggers that dared him to try and stop her. He frowned right back at her. "When was the last time you ate?"
"I don't bloody know,"
she snapped and waved her bottle around, her blue-gray eyes duller than before.
"When was the last time you fed me?"
Shit. A day ago. His gut sank and he scooted past her, which wasn't difficult because she leaped out of his path as if he had a disease she didn't want to get. He opened the refrigerator and grabbed everything he found, which wasn't much. He hated cheese, but the damned stuff could survive a nuclear apocalypse, so it was always in his fridge. He sliced some and set it on a plate, and opened the wooden bread bin in the corner of the kitchen away from the door, and tossed a couple of rolls onto the plate too. He turned and held it out to her. She eyed it with suspicion and continued drinking her beer. "It's not poisoned." He shoved the plate towards her, expecting her to say that it probably was. Her face softened as she stared at the food, her voice growing distant as she murmured,
"Did you make the bread?"
Her eyes lifted to his, the sparkle of curiosity in them turning into surprise when he didn't answer. He hiked his shoulders, set the plate down on the end of the counter, and grabbed the last beer, because he was damned if he was going to let her drink it next when he needed it more.
"I don't know how to bake."
She sank on the arm of the couch, staring despondently at the rolls, as if she had failed in life because she hadn't mastered cooking. "What's the point in learning when you have a butler, right?" He meant it as a joke to lighten the mood, but her face darkened.
"You know me so well,"
she bit out.
"I must be such an open book since you seem to know everything about me. I'm a vapid designer label-wearing airhead bimbo who only cares about spending her family's money and partying with her equally as vapid friends, living the high la-di-da life."
It had crossed my mind. It hadn't, but he wanted her to fight again, preferred this side of her to the one that had been emerging, a side that had been miserable, on the verge of tears again because she hadn't mastered tossing some ingredients together. His bread tasted shit. Wrath had told him that more than once, refused to eat it whenever he made it. He was no master baker. He grinned inside a little at that. Master baker.
"You son of a bitch!"
She flew at him while he was focused on his pun, and he didn't have time to evade. Her palm struck hard, smacking loudly against his left cheek, knocking his head to his right. A million needles pricked his skin, and he growled as the sharp pain faded, leaving heat blooming on his skin. She went to hit him again, and he caught her wrist and casually swigged his beer as she wrestled against him, trying to free herself. When she failed to make any progress physically, she lashed out verbally.
"What gives you the bloody right to act like you know everything? You know nothing about me, Storm. Nothing."
She continued ranting, but he had trouble taking it in, as his name and her voice echoed in his mind, and gods, he liked it. He didn't like it when she kicked him in the shin. He released her because it was better than getting beaten up, and took another mouthful of his beer. She huffed as she snatched it from him, twirled away from him as he growled and tried to get it back, and brought it to her lips. She slowed, her eyes widening as the rim of the bottle pressed against her sweet lips, and he could almost hear her thought as it ran through her mind. Probably because it screamed in his, too. His lips had been all over that bottle she now held to hers. And damn, he wasn't a fucking cub, was a sexually mature male, but part of him still felt as if she had just kissed him. He was on her now, in her as she lowered the bottle and self-consciously licked her lips, taking him into her. He growled. Her cheeks pinkened. She averted her eyes, and he could see her trying to find her voice, stoking the fire again so she could continue arguing with him rather than settling into another strained silence, one that had him yearning to kiss her. "You judged me too." Those words came out more bitter than he had expected as he closed the gap between them and swiped his beer from her. "I'm a man whore, a brainless, led-by-my-cock male who only wants to sink his dick into women, fuck them till they're raw, and then move on. No strings attached." Maybe that wasn't far off the mark, but it still stung that she thought of him that way.
"You haven't shown me you're any different to that."
She made a grab for the bottle. He held it above her head where she couldn't reach it, and when she stopped trying to get hold of it, he brought it to his lips and swigged it long and slow with his eyes locked on hers. The pink stain on her cheeks darkened. She tasted sweeter than he had expected, and it wreaked havoc on him, had that need to kiss her rising, until he strained against it, had to fight to hold himself back. "Believe me, little bird," he growled low. "There's more to me than you think."
"That's not a denial."
She stole his beer and he snarled at her, flashed fangs in a show of aggression that did nothing, didn't frighten her in the slightest. That told him two things. Little Bird was braver than he had expected, and she didn't truly believe he would hurt her. Or maybe the alcohol had gone straight to her head. She tossed him a so-there look as she brought it to her lips, and damn if they kept swapping spit this way. He was going to have a hard time stopping himself from grabbing her and kissing her. "It's my beer." He reached for it, but she held it behind her back and shook her head.
"I thought I told you. It's my cabin now, so it's my beer."
She backed off, lifted the beer to her lips again, and swigged. She waved the bottle around as she looked at his home.
"All of this is mine. Everything in it."
He couldn't hold back the low growl that rumbled through his chest at those words. Couldn't stop himself from pushing away from the counter and coming to stand over her as he husked. "Even me?" His cougar side leapt to that conclusion so swiftly, common sense was left behind. His instinct seizing her words and reading into them and the way her eyes darkened, her pupils dilating to gobble up the blue of her irises as she looked at him. She went to shake her head, dropped the damned bottle so it smashed on the wooden floor at their feet, and seized his jumper in both hands, dragging him down to her. Her mouth claimed his, seared him with a kiss that stamped her name on his soul. He growled, grabbed her, and twisted with her, pinned her to the wall near the bathroom as he kissed her, devoured her little gasp and savored her heat as she pressed against him, all soft and tempting. He moaned as she scraped short nails over his chest through his jumper, shuddered as she tangled her tongue with his. She tasted like beer, was as intoxicating, too. He clutched her waist, swallowed her breathless groan as he palmed her curves and kissed her harder. Common sense caught up, slammed on the brakes as it screamed at him that it was all an act, that she hated him, was afraid of him, had told Ivy as much just hours ago. It was a lie, a trick. She had tried it before and it hadn't worked then, and it wouldn't work now. He growled and shoved away from her. She sagged against the wooden wall, panting hard, her breast straining against her dark t-shirt, and luring him into looking at her again. He wouldn't. He shook his head and chuckled mirthlessly, which had her instantly sobering and staring at him, her face slack and no trace of passion in her eyes. "That's fucking low," he muttered and then rounded on her, his anger rising as it hit him that he had almost fallen for her trick, still wanted her now even when he knew it was a lie and she was just using him. "Trying to get me to let you leave by fucking me. Not gonna happen, little bird." Her mouth flapped open and then snapped shut.
"I wouldn't screw you if you were the last man on earth,"
she barked, and smoothed her clothes down, her hands trembling as she focused on them.
"I have a fiancé, remember?"
Low blow. She had a fiancé she hated, didn't want, but she was using it to push him away and punish him when she was the one who deserved to be pushed aside and punished. "You seem to have forgotten that when you were kissing my fucking brains out." He couldn't keep the bite from his voice as his emotions got the better of him, pushed him to lash out and hurt her in return. "You might be engaged, but you want me, little bird, not some fucking banker." Her eyes flew wide, and he saw in them that she had just realized he had heard everything she had told Ivy, and it horrified her. He braced himself for her incoming salvo.
Yeah, well, you want me too.
She pointed to his jeans, and he couldn't exactly deny that given the raging hard-on he was sporting.
Or maybe your little head is just saying it's past time for your next man-whore appointment with one of the local sluts.
Storm snarled at that, because she was fucking obsessed with the idea he was screwing all the females in the area, when he only wanted to fuck her. Damn, he wanted more than just fucking with her, and that had him pacing away from her, needing fresh air again to clear his head and get it straight. He yanked the door open.
"Run away!"
she shouted at his back, her tone mocking, digging that knife between his ribs again.
"Go on, run!"
That had his hackles rising, because it was exactly what he was doing, and it hit home that it was what he always did whenever things got too serious and he ended up in danger of getting hurt. He ran. He had run yesterday, had damn near made it to Calgary before he had finally got his head straight, and he was running from her again now, fleeing because he feared getting his heart fucked up again. Only this time, it would be so much worse. If Gabby broke his battered heart, it would probably kill him. But fuck, her words prodded something inside him that snapped, had him pivoting on his heel and slamming the cabin door behind him and stalking towards her, because he wasn't going to stand by and let her think he was weak and afraid, that he ran from everything. She was halfway to the bedroom when her shoulders tensed and she turned, her eyes wide as she spotted him advancing on her. She held her hands up, her soft voice edged with fear.
"Storm!"
He didn't stop, wouldn't stop this time. He wasn't afraid of a little human. He wasn't. She backed off, but the fear that had been in her voice didn't reach her eyes. Those shone with passion, with need that called to him, tugging him towards her. The second he was within a few feet of her, he reached for her. But she was the one who grabbed hold of him. Kissed him so hard he saw stars. Chapter 8. The fact she was kissing a man who could shift into a wild animal, someone who wasn't human like her, didn't even cross her mind as Gabby seized Storm by his jumper, twisting the thick black wool into her fists. The fact that she was kissing a man who had taken her captive, a dangerous man she had witnessed fighting and killing, didn't even register as Storm swept her up into his strong arms, banding them around her waist as he lifted her and started to kiss her back, claiming control of it. All she knew was a desperate burning need, a need that refused to relent, kept driving her forwards, cranking even tighter inside her until she was wild with it, lost all control and gave herself over to it. Sweet God! She couldn't stop her hands from roaming over his powerful shoulders, or the groan that curled from her lips as she dropped them to his chest, and felt hard muscles beneath her palms. She couldn't stop herself from pushing back and seizing his sweater, pulling it off him so fast he staggered backwards, and was forced to drop her as his back hit the doorframe. The low, also masculine groan that rumbled through his chest as she tossed his jumper aside and went to work on the next damned obstruction between her and her goal, had the need cranking even tighter, had her trembling with anticipation, excitement that flooded her and had her tearing at his black t-shirt. "Easy, little bird," he rumbled, a slight chuckle in his voice, as if her desperation amused him. Gabby raised her eyes to his, ready to berate him for teasing her. But the way his eyes glowed gold stole her voice, together with the intensity of them. It was as if she was staring into a mirror, seeing all the frantic need that was building inside her rising inside him too, pushing him to act. But there was something else in his eyes too. Fear. It was barely a trickle, but it was there. He was nervous. Why? If anyone should be nervous, it should be her. She was swept up in the man who was holding her prisoner, for God's sake. A man who wasn't human. Yet neither of those things bothered her in the slightest. She didn't see a jailer before her, didn't see a monster. She saw Storm, gazing at her as if he would die if she didn't keep touching him, keep kissing him, keep pushing him forwards. She had accused him of running from her, and it had struck a nerve in him, had had him coming back to her. Why did he run from people? Gabby pulled his t-shirt up and he raised his arms above his head as she revealed a torso packed with muscle, powerful and honed, deliciously tempting. But the desire to run her hands over every inch of him, to savor the feel of his hard muscles beneath his soft golden skin, was overshadowed by another need as her eyes fell, landed on his right hip, and the thick scar that ran across it, down into the waist of his black jeans. Storm tossed his t-shirt and reached for her, but he froze as his eyes landed on her face, and she knew why. Because she was looking at the scar that cut through the arch of muscle above his right hip, distorting it. "Don't," he husked, and caught her cheek in his palm, lifted her chin and her eyes away from his scar. He shook his head, his golden eyes serious and pleading. His sandy eyebrows knitted hard above those eyes, his nostrils flaring as he stared down at her, and his kiss-blushed lips flattening. "Just don't." He lowered his head, pressed his forehead to hers, and said the one thing guaranteed to make her do as he asked, to push aside her curiosity and forget about it. "Please?" It came out strained, his deep voice trembling a touch. Gabby nodded. He slid his hand to her nape, pressed his thumb to her jaw and pushed her head up, and seized her lips in another mind-blowing kiss that made it easy for her to forget his scar. She sank into it, let him sweep her up again, and lost herself in him. He fisted the hem of her dark green t-shirt, and she waited for him to tug it off her. When he didn't, she reached down and pulled it up, broke the kiss and yanked it over her head. The feel of Storm's eyes on her scalded her, had her heart pounding faster, as she lowered her hands to her sides and let the t-shirt drop from her right one. His golden eyes blazed in the low light as he raked them over her, lingering on her breasts. He bit his lower lip and shifted his hands to her stomach and pushed them up, teasing her skin with a light touch as he edged them towards her breasts. She trembled as he cupped them, brushing his thumbs over the white lace of her bra. His throat worked on a hard swallow. Before she could say anything, could ask what was going through his mind when he looked at her like that, in a way no other man had looked at her before, as if he needed her more than anything, might honestly die if he didn't keep touching and kissing her. His mouth was on hers again, setting her back on fire. She moaned into his mouth as he palmed her breasts, slid his arms around her back, and fumbled with the fastenings of her bra. She sighed as they gave, as he pulled the garment down her arms and cast it aside, and moaned as his palms covered her breasts, teasing her nipples. Gabby gave as good as she got, landing her hands on his chest and stroking them over the broad expanse of it, savoring the feel of his body as it cranked that need blazing in her blood even hotter, had her itching and restless with a need for more. But she couldn't bring herself to rush this moment. It seemed Storm couldn't either, because he swept her back up into his arms, so her breast pressed against his chest, and kissed her again, deep and slow this time. She shuddered as he palmed her nape beneath her hair, a hot shiver tripping down her back and over her arms, making her nipples tighten and the apex of her thighs tingle. He groaned as she stroked it, sending another wicked wave of shivers through her, and then another, until she was writhing in his arms and couldn't stop herself from seizing his shoulders, raising herself up and looping her legs around his waist. Storm growled and dropped his hands to her backside, clutched it hard as he kissed her deeper, his tongue tangling with hers. She pushed her fingers through his sandy hair, up to the top of his head, and smiled as she gripped the longer lengths, and he grunted, snarled. Her back hit the mattress, his weight pressing down on her in the most delicious way, and she moaned as he went to war on her, kissed her so deep and so hard she forgot her own name. She pressed her heels into his backside, spurring him on, and he growled again, rocked his hips forwards and ground against her. Damn, that had her hungry for more, had those tingles and that need flaring hotter, pushing her right to the edge. Gabby slid her hands down his back, moaned at the feel of his muscles shifting in powerful waves beneath his skin as he rocked against her. She needed to feel them doing that when he was inside her, satisfying this bloody itch for him that had been building from the moment she had set eyes on him. She pushed her left hand beneath the waist of his jeans and moaned into his mouth as she clutched his backside. Was every inch of this man made of steel? She wasn't sure she had ever felt a backside like his, and now she had felt it, she needed to see it. Storm seemed happy to oblige. He pushed off her, rising to his knees between hers, giving her a mouth-watering view of his chiseled abs and the flat slabs of his pectorals. Only it wasn't his trousers he targeted. It was hers. Impatience shot through her as he tackled her button and zipper, and it flashed across his face as he tugged her trousers down, as she lifted her feet to help him and he pulled them off and chucked them over his shoulder. Heat bloomed between her thighs as he caught her ankles and stared down at her like a man starved, one who needed her more than anything. He slowed, bringing the raging boil in her blood down again as he slid his hands up her calves, as he gently coaxed her legs apart and gazed down at her while he skimmed his palms over the inside of her thighs, edging them lower, towards where she needed him. She moaned, her hips jacking up off the bed at his first touch, an almost innocent brush of his fingers over her mound. His own groan joined it as he stroked her through her panties, his golden eyes brightening as his pupils dilated. A shiver went through her, a sensation that lit her up inside. It was ridiculous, but she couldn't shake it, or the devastating effect it had on her, the way it had her trembling with need, aching and hot for him, on the verge of begging him to touch her, to take her and sate the need he had created in her. He was hunting her. Storm loomed over her, pupils blown, still as a statue except for his hands as they caressed her inner thighs, slipped lower from time to brush across her mound, teasing her with a barely-there touch. His eyes locked with hers the entire time. Her breathing came quicker as she fell into them, as that sensation that he was hunting her grew stronger, making her aware of him on some base level where she wasn't master. Rather than fearing him as he stared at her, a predator who wanted to devour her, she found herself reaching for him, stroking her palms up his forearms, luring him to her. His hands dropped to her waist and she lowered her feet to the mattress and pushed her hips up as he tugged at her panties, slipped them down her legs and off her feet one by one. He turned and tossed them with the rest of their clothes, and she parted her knees for him. When he twisted back towards her, he froze, his eyes on the apex of her thighs. A low growl rumbled through his chest. Gabby shrieked as he caught her hips and pushed her up the bed so quickly her hands flew above her head, to brace for impact in case she collided with the headboard. That shriek became a cry of bliss as he dropped between her thighs, and his tongue speared her folds, teasing her sensitive nub and sending stars shooting through her. She clutched the pillows above her head and raised her hips, moaned as he stroked and swirled his tongue, hit every spot to perfection so she never had a moment to recover or fall, kept flying upwards into the stratosphere. "Storm," she murmured, squeezed her eyes shut and held on to the pillows for dear life as her body came alive, every stroke of his tongue over her flesh sending a wave of hot tingles spreading over her thighs. Damn. He gripped her thighs and his own moan rumbled through her as he suckled her nub, as he laved it and shifted lower and swirled his tongue around her entrance. That moan became a low growl as he probed her. She gasped as he suddenly rose off her, caught barely a flash of his rigid length as he tore his jeans open, popping all the buttons in one tug, and then moaned as he covered her with his big body and filled her in one thrust. He buried his face in her neck, every inch of him tensed. Gabby wasn't sure she could function either. She trembled at the feel of him inside her, stretching her, buried deep, joining them in a way that felt different to every man she had been with in the past. There was something about Storm, something that fired her up on a whole new level she had never realized existed, made everything feel so intense, so perfect. He pushed a little deeper and groaned against her neck, his breath hot on it. "Fuck, Gabby." She twined the fingers of her right hand in his hair, skimmed it down his neck, and moaned as he tensed when she brushed his nape, his cock pushing deeper. He shook as she swept her fingers across his shoulder, nuzzled her neck, and chuckled. "I should move, right? But I'm not sure I can convince my body to do it." He peppered her throat with kisses. "Just being inside you feels so fucking good." She wasn't going to complain, because she was right there with him, savored the way he filled her up, and how good it felt to be joined with him, as if he had just completed her. Gabby stroked her hand back towards his neck, caught his jaw in both hands, and made him lift his head. When he looked at her, she captured his lips and swallowed his moan. He shifted, stole her breath as he seized control of the kiss and drove into her, setting a slow, steady pace that felt far too intimate. Had her falling. She tried to keep the fire, stoked it in an effort to make this about a physical need rather than an emotional one. But damn him. He made it impossible as he filled her with long, unhurried, deep strokes of his cock, as he kissed her softly, almost reverently. She kissed him harder, tangling her tongue with his in the hope it would stir the fire in him again, would make him wild with need once more, and bring this back to being purely an outpouring of the desire that had been mounting between them since they had met. Storm groaned and clutched her shoulders, curling his hands over them. He kissed her deeper as he drove into her, filling her with every delicious thrust. A trickle of panic went through her as she found herself falling into the easy rhythm with him, as it filled her with warmth that felt dangerous to her, placed her on uneven ground where she was liable to fall in a way that might prove fatal to her heart. Desperate to make him wild again, she did the one thing that had catapulted him into action before. She stroked the nape of his neck with her fingers. Storm growled, dropped one hand to her hip, and gripped it hard as he drove into her. She moaned, fire sweeping through her as he kissed her hard and thrust deeper, faster, igniting the inferno in her blood again. He lifted her hip and she arched her back, thrusting her breasts against his chest as tingles swept through her with each meeting of their hips, every deep plunge of his cock and brush of his pelvis across her sensitive flesh. It still wasn't enough. She pushed at his shoulder once, twice, a harder third time, and managed to roll with him. He groaned and shuddered as he landed on his back, and she rose off him, riding his cock faster, moaning as she planted her hands on his stomach and slid them up to his chest. He seized her hips, moved her on him as she quickened their pace, his eyes locked on her face as she stared down at him, lost herself in the sensations building inside her like a wave that would crash over her at any moment and sweep her away. "Storm," she husked, and dug her nails into his pectorals, anchored herself to him as she moved faster, bouncing on his cock, loving the way it stretched her every time she plunged down onto it, and how he would lift his hips, pushing up to meet her. She trembled as the pressure mounted, shook as he began thrusting into her as he pressed her down onto him and withdrew. This was the wildness she had needed, this madness, not the other sort, the emotional insanity that terrified her in a way. She couldn't fall for him, wouldn't. She told herself that on repeat as she rode his cock, as he stared up at her with his eyes blazing gold and every inch of him taut, every powerful muscle straining as she pushed them both closer to the edge. She told herself that even as she feared it was too late to save herself. Storm's savage expression softened as she faltered, as if he had picked up her shifting emotions, and he wanted to do something. Reassure her? She almost laughed at that. She wasn't sure Storm knew how to be gentle. She wasn't sure it was wise of her to want to know if he could be that way with her. She squeezed her eyes shut and focused on the feeling building inside her, a physical need that she could control, one she could satisfy. She wasn't going to travel down any other path with Storm, because she felt sure he would break her heart. He groaned, the sound low and pure male, and lifted her as he curled his hips, filling her and making her forget her worries, bringing her back to the moment and away from her fears. She opened her eyes again, focused on his as she moved on him, as that pressure that had threatened to fade kept building inside her, and she edged closer to release. Storm's golden eyes held hers, grew hooded as she rode him harder, faster, lost control and herself with it. He tipped his head back and thrust deeper, his pace quickening to surpass hers, driving her wild as tingles swept through her every time he filled her, every time his body brushed her bead. She threw her head back and cried out as those tingles suddenly detonated, exploding in a haze of stars inside her, and her entire body quivered, her breath stuttering from her lips as the world fell away and only feeling remained, a bliss so powerful she could only surrender to it. Storm growled and brought her down hard on his cock, and she trembled in time with him as he found release with her, his seed scalding her as he spent himself, cock throbbing and sending waves of tingles spreading through her with each one. She froze in place as she let it all crash over her, as she clung to Storm and basked in the heat suffusing every inch of her. When he finally relaxed beneath her, she sagged, her breath leaving her on a sigh. Before she could open her eyes and say something to ease the awkwardness building inside her, Storm had his hand on her nape and had pulled her down to him. She settled her cheek on his chest, listening to his heart pounding discordantly to hers as he held her, drumming against her palms where they pressed to his pectorals. As the heat began to dissipate, cold swept in on its heels. She felt too comfortable. Normally, she wasn't one for cuddling after sex, had little interest in that sort of thing, and she had the feeling Storm was the same way. But she couldn't bring herself to move. And the way his hand tensed against her nape said he couldn't bring himself to release her. They were on dangerous ground, dangerous new ground. It drummed in her blood, in her heart, her soul. Neither of them knew what to do now. Part of her wanted to run before she could get her heart broken, but the rest of her knew it was too late and running wouldn't solve anything. She would only end up breaking her own heart. She closed her eyes and focused on Storm's heartbeat, on finding the answer to a question that seemed impossible. Was there a path that wouldn't lead to heartbreak? Chapter 9. Storm stared at the ceiling, his ears filled with the soft sound of Gabby's breathing as she slumbered in his arms, and her heartbeat. It was steady now, but after they had made love, there had been a note of fear in the way it had raced, beating hard against his chest. That fear had laced her scent, too, and now it clouded his mind, played on it as he held her, unable to convince himself to release her and rise from the bed. Why was she afraid? He needed to know, because he needed to take away that fear for her, do something that would alleviate it. That need pounded in his blood, had him awake and holding her tucked close to him, both arms banded around her to pin her to his side. If making love with her hadn't made him aware of the gravity of what he had done, that need and the way he couldn't let her go would have made it crystal clear. It was a weight that pressed down on him, felt as if it was crushing his lungs and squeezing his heart as he held her, listening to her breathing and savoring every damned one because they were calm. She was calm, here in his arms. Gods, what had he done? The way he had reacted around her, the needs that had run through him every time he had been in her presence, and every time he had been away from her, should have made it blindingly clear that she was no normal human. No regular female. Not to him, anyway. His breath seized in his throat, and he had to force himself to exhale, had to focus in order to relax again as his mind whirled, thoughts and feelings colliding in it to create a tangle that felt impossible to unravel and free himself from. He wanted to roar out his anguish, wanted to roar out his victory. He wanted to stay right here forever, holding her in his arms, wanted to run for the fucking hills before it was too late to save himself. Storm groaned, reluctantly shifted his right hand from her shoulder and rubbed it over his face. What the fuck had he been thinking? All the warning signs had been there, but he had been in denial, hadn't wanted to see them so had pretended they didn't exist. Denying them hadn't solved anything. It had only made the whole fucked up situation even worse. He angled his head away from Gabby so he could look down at her. Her golden hair spilled across his chest, soft against his skin, and her sweet pink lips were parted, her warm breath skating across his heart, and her face lax in her sleep. She looked like a fucking angel, but then his judgment wasn't to be trusted, not when he was so caught up in her, his instincts as her fated male messing him up. She could be the devil. She was the half-sister of the man who had just tried to kill him and his damned brother, related by blood to the family who had taken his parents from him and murdered half the pride. Possibly involved with the organization that had more than once attempted to claim his head to mount on their walls with all the other poor shifters they butchered in the name of research and protecting humankind. Peaceful shifters who happily coexisted with the humans and had no interest in harming any of them. Fucking worked for them. Or in his case, employed them. How many of his company's employees were humans who had discovered the existence of immortals, fae, and shifters like him? What would Gabby say if she knew he ran a business that offered security and protection services to both non-humans and humans alike? He stared at her. Would she be impressed, or would she pretend to be that way so she could get away from him and report her findings to Archangel? Was she working for them? He hadn't detected any change in her heartbeat or her scent when she had told Ivy that she had nothing to do with Archangel and had discovered their existence by mistake. She had been telling Ivy the truth about everything. Or she was seriously skilled in deception and could outwit his built-in lie detector. He scrubbed a hand over his face and shoved his fingers through his hair and wanted to growl as his thoughts tangled again, creating a web in his mind. One that threaded the things he knew were real with things that he feared, tormenting him. Fuck. He shouldn't have slept with her. She had been a big enough complication without him making things worse. He should have kept his distance, treated her like the enemy she was. But was she the enemy? She hadn't been lying to Ivy. She hadn't. It wasn't his need to believe her, born of the fact she was his fated one, that had him convinced she had been telling the truth. His senses had confirmed it, and he had felt genuine fear in her when she had been talking of her brother and how she had discovered the existence of Archangel. She wasn't involved with them, had been dragged into things by her brother, just because she had wanted to do something kind for him and had uncovered something she shouldn't have. But he still couldn't shake the fact the same blood ran in her veins. Storm forced himself to release her and rise from the bed, managed to make it to the door of his bedroom before he had to look back at her. Gods, she was beautiful as she snuggled into his pillow, her nose wrinkling as she tried to get comfortable without him. He blew out his breath and paced away from her, took long strides back and forth across the full length of his living room, reaching the door of the cabin before he pivoted on his heel. Whenever he reached the bedroom door, he couldn't stop himself from looking in on Gabby. And every time he looked in on her, her beauty hit him hard, had him wanting to crawl back under the covers with her and just fucking hold her. Gods, he wanted to hold her. Wanted it more than making love with her again. He just wanted to feel her in his arms, wanted to watch over her as she slept, keeping her safe. He paced away from her again, working off some energy so he could think more clearly, piecing himself back together and slowly extinguishing his fears. Gabby moaned and shifted in his bed, pushed at the covers and curled up again. He resumed pacing but barely made it a few steps. She whimpered and let out a small cry that had him whipping to face her, and he was at the bedroom door before he was aware of what he was doing. She shoved at the covers as if she was trying to push someone away from her, was fighting someone. Storm took a step towards her and froze as she cried out.
Alexander!
Her fear flooded him like acid pouring through his veins as she lashed out with her arms and legs, her movements becoming violent as she grew distressed. What was she dreaming? She viciously twisted onto her left side and cried out again. Storm! He was by her side in an instant, pulling her into his arms and holding her as she wrestled against him. He wasn't sure what she was dreaming about, and he didn't care whether he was the villain or the hero. All that mattered was calming her again. He smoothed his palm over her cheek, holding her tucked against his bare chest, and brushed his fingers through her hair. "Shh, little bird," he murmured softly. "I'm here." She let out a small whimper and nuzzled against him, burrowed into his arms in a way that stole his heart and had him moving into a more comfortable position, so he could keep holding her, keep giving her what she needed from him. Because she needed it from him. He petted her hair as she slowly settled, her pulse evening out and breathing steadying, and when she finally relaxed against him, the tension drained from his shoulders and he stared down at her, studying her face as she fell back into a deep, restful sleep. He watched over her, would hold her all night long if it kept the nightmares at bay. He wasn't surprised she was having them. She had seen her half-brother killed, had spent the last gods only knew how long afraid for her life because of that bastard, and was now swept up in a crazy new world where people like him existed. He stroked the backs of his knuckles down her cheek and eased her onto the bed, and stretched out beside her, facing her. She had been so shaken after the fight that had happened, after seeing Alexander killed. It had taken her 2 days to come out of her stupor, and since then she had been up and down, full of fire one moment and distant the next. He thought about everything that had happened, the arguments between them, and the fear she had revealed to Ivy. She had been through a lot, but not once had she given up and broken down. The most despondent he had seen her had been when she had been lamenting her poor baking skills. No, she had kept her chin up, had stood tall and faced it all. He admired the hell out of her for that, but she didn't need to be strong. Not all the time, anyway. Storm stroked her hair, threading his fingers through her golden waves, his eyes locked on her face as she slumbered. "You can rely on me," he whispered, lost in her beauty and the fierce needs beating inside him. "I can be strong for you. You can talk to me, little bird, without us coming to blows, like you talked to Ivy." It struck him that he wanted her to talk to him like that he ached for it and had been from the moment he had listened in on their conversation. He wanted Gabby to unburden her heart, to settle the weight of her past and her fears on his shoulders, because he could take it. He shuffled closer and held her, lost track of time as he watched over her to make sure she got the restful sleep she needed. When the light coming from his right grew brighter and he felt the day breaking, he reluctantly left the bed. He washed and slung his jeans on, and used some of his water supply to get the coffee machine brewing for Gabby. He paused at the kitchen sink and stared out of the window, watching the first light penetrating the forest and the deer that were wandering through the area, taking advantage of the stillness of morning to cross the clearing without encountering anyone. When there was enough coffee in the jug, he poured himself a mug, tugged his black jumper on, and headed for the door of the cabin. He opened it, breathed deep of the crisp morning air, laced with sweet dew, and sighed as he leaned against the door jamb. He smiled as Ivy crossed the grass, startling the deer and herself in the process as they panicked and rushed her. She squealed, and Wrath was by her side in an instant, his dark gray trousers riding low on his hips and chest bare, as he protected his mate as if a damned bear had attacked her rather than a pack of startled deer. Storm nursed his coffee and watched the couple as Wrath checked Ivy over thoroughly from head to toe and back again, and she told him not to fuss and that she was fine. His smile faded as they embraced, and that conflict he had been able to subdue crept back into his heart, as they kissed and smiled at each other, swept up in each other, in love. He wanted to turn and look back at Gabby, but resisted the need, aware it would only cause the conflict to worsen, the doubts to fill his mind again, together with the fears. Not fear that she was working for Archangel, but fear that whatever they had, it wasn't real, that she didn't feel the same way about him as he was coming to feel about her, that he was going to get his heart smashed to pieces again. He pushed the woman who had busted it up close to 2 decades ago out of his mind and focused on his brother and Ivy, managing a smile as Wrath trailed behind her, scrubbing a hand over his dark hair as he yawned. Ivy shooed him away, and he could sense his brother's irritation over that. Wrath wanted to stay close to her, but it wasn't going to happen. He wasn't sure how his brother hadn't figured that out yet. Ivy had a strong sense of self and an independent streak, and that meant she wasn't going to let Wrath get between her and what she wanted. More photographs and time with the local black bears. Storm tensed as Gabby's eyes landed on his back, her gaze a hot caress that had him itching to look over his shoulder at her. Those shoulders went rigid as he waited for her to speak, unsure what to expect. "Is that coffee in the pot?" she asked quietly, a slight tremble of nerves in her voice that betrayed her and said she was as uncertain as he was. He gave in to the urge to look over his shoulder at her. "You're welcome to it." He froze, pulse jacked up. His gaze tracked her as she moved around his cabin wearing only his black t-shirt, her long slender legs on show and her bare feet shuffling on the wooden floor as she rounded the worn brown leather couch. Her breasts bounced with each step, and he wanted to groan as he realized she hadn't put on her bra, and his mind leaped to question whether she had bothered with her panties. His cock stirred at that, images of spreading her out before him and feasting on her spiraling through his mind. He pushed them away and sipped his coffee, because he couldn't afford to get caught up in her again, had to get his head on straight before anything else happened between them. She poured a mug of coffee, brought it to her lips, and tentatively sipped it. His eyes raked over her, taking in how good she looked in his t-shirt. He wanted to growl, wanted to roar, the sight of her dressed in an item of his clothing stirring a fierce, undeniable desire to crow about it. He ached with a need to push away from the door, to cross the narrow gap to her and pull her into his arms and kiss her, to show her just what she was doing to him, walking around in his damned t-shirt. His scent all over her. He did growl as he dragged his eyes away from her, because the little head wasn't getting the message the big one was firing at it, and it wasn't going to as long as he was staring at her. His eyes landed on Wrath as he did his best to keep his distance from Ivy where she lingered by the river, camera in hand, waiting for the bears. Fuck. He needed to speak with his brother. Maybe Wrath could help him get his head straight, could help ease the conflict building inside him. That conflict only grew worse when Gabby's eyes landed on him again. Only for a heartbeat this time. He looked back at her, wanting to see what had stolen her attention from him, and frowned as he caught her gazing through the door at the outside world, her blue-gray eyes bright with interest, and a dash of hope. How long had he kept her shut inside? A week? Longer? Fuck. It was better she stayed inside, at least until he knew what the hell he was doing, and was sure she wasn't a danger to his family. But he didn't have the heart to force her to remain locked in his cabin, not when she looked as if she was desperate to get some fresh air. Put some clothes on. It came out brusque, more of an order than a gentle request, and she frowned at him, but set her coffee down on the polished wooden counter and went and did as he had asked. He wanted to growl at himself as he watched her tugging on her chocolate trekking trousers and swapping his t-shirt for her green one. When she was done, she shuffled back to him and he handed her coffee to her. She took it without a smile and without looking at him. Storm stared at her, needing to speak with her but unable to find his voice. She toyed with her coffee, fascinated by it, avoiding him. Did she regret what they had done? Fuck, he hoped not. But his heart locked on to that question, grew fixated with it and the fact that she did, and something inside him whispered that maybe she was using him after all, because here he was, about to relax the rules for her. You can go on the deck, he bit out, his mood souring as he thought about her out there, visible to all the cougars in the vicinity, and the way they had spoken about her, Taya in particular. If the damned bitch dared to go near Gabby, he would rip out her heart with his fangs. He tried to keep that urge and the anger that was building inside him as he thought about males near Gabby and her being in danger out of his voice, but it seeped in as he said, No further than the deck. It's dangerous for you out there. Got it? She nodded slowly. Where are you going? His eyes narrowed on her as the fear ricocheting around his mind. The thought she might be using him latched onto that question and birthed suspicion he didn't want to feel where she was concerned, but that he couldn't shake. What gives you the impression I'm going anywhere? He said. She looked at him at last, innocence written in every perfect line of her pretty face, confusion crinkling her brow. You mentioned it was dangerous out there for me, so I presumed you were going somewhere, because surely I wouldn't be in danger on the deck with you around. Damn fucking straight she wouldn't be. He would kill to protect her, would turn on his own people to ensure her safety. And that had a cold feeling washing through him. He was too caught up in her, too intoxicated by his little bird, dangerously so. Just do as I say, he barked and pushed away from the door, set his mug down on the rickety table on his deck and strode towards his brother. He needed to talk with Wrath about everything, because he had the feeling he was falling for Gabby, and he was falling hard. Chapter 10. Gabby wasn't sure what had gotten into Storm as she watched him striding away from her, long legs carrying him at speed towards his brother. The man looked around as Storm approached, said something and nodded, jerking his stubbled chin towards something. Storm went that way, but Wrath lingered, throwing a glance in the opposite direction. She looked there and spotted Ivy through the thick mass of trees that stole most of the swath of green from view. Damn, she wanted to speak with Ivy again. Needed to speak with someone about Storm and everything that was running through her mind, and through her heart. She moved to the door, stood on the threshold, and stared at her bare feet. She looked between them and the deck, back and forth so long she was sure her coffee had gotten cold by the time she had made her decision. She poured her coffee away and grabbed a fresh mug and went back to the door, sucked down a breath and glanced around at the forest, and the clearing where both Wrath and Storm had disappeared from view now. No one but Ivy was around, and maybe if Ivy saw her on the deck, she would come and speak with her. Gabby stepped out onto the deck, wasn't sure what she expected to feel as she tasted freedom for the first time in a week, but it was a profound sense of relief that hit her. She breathed deep, tasting the morning air, letting it fill her lungs. It was fresh, a little chilly, but it was sweet and she savored it. The deck was small, barely 2 meters deep, but it extended across the full length of the facade of the wooden cabin. She clutched her mug and ventured to the right towards the clearing, and peered around the side of the cabin. The deck continued back to the rear of it, where the woods were thicker and began to rise up the mountain. They were dark, ominous in a way, and she turned away from them, stepping back into the lighter area of the deck. Ivy had come here to photograph bears, and it seemed ridiculous of her to be afraid of them more than she was afraid of the people who could transform into cougars, an animal far more dangerous than a black bear. But with Storm gone, she found herself afraid of her own shadow. Foolish girl. She glanced around the woods and the clearing, keeping still so she could hear if anyone was moving through them. Maybe she was afraid of both the bears and the cougar shifters. But did she really need to fear the latter? From the things her brother had told her about shapeshifters and the way Storm behaved, she knew that she was safe on the deck. Shifters were highly territorial. She doubted any of the ones who lived in the area would dare to cross into Storm's territory and risk his wrath. Besides, if any of them looked as if they wanted to eat her, she could lock herself in the cabin. She settled in the wooden chair nearest the door, and when she couldn't relax, she shuffled it right a little, so she could leap from the chair and straight into the cabin. She tugged the small table towards her and frowned at the mug on it. Storm's mug. Why had he run from her again? She wasn't that much of a fool. She felt awkward around him, but he definitely felt more awkward. He had been snappish with her, too, ordering her around. Because he feared something might happen to her? Or because he feared she might run? When Ivy showed no sign of coming to see her, she went back inside for a refill and grabbed one of Storm's dog-eared paperbacks. Thrillers weren't her style, but it was something to pass the time. She moved back to the deck and settled on her chair again, and soaked up the faint heat as the sun rose higher. For a moment she felt at peace, more relaxed than she had in years, as if she was lazing on a beach somewhere on vacation. But then someone walked out of the woods to her left, and she felt them look at her, her instincts telling her she was being watched. She kept her nose in her book and sipped her coffee, acting casual when she wanted to dart into the house. She refused. No one would dare hurt her when she was on Storm's deck, in his territory. She was sure of it, and that meant she wasn't going to let these people scare her. She had every right to be on the deck, had been given permission, damn near booted onto it by Storm, and she had done nothing wrong. She hadn't asked to be dragged here, had nothing to do with Archangel, and had no interest in hurting these people. She had feared them when she had learned of their existence, but now she had come to know Storm, she could see they were just like her. They just wanted to live their lives. She drained the last of her coffee, set the mug down, and struggled to ignore the way 2 men stopped just a few meters from her, at the end of the path where it met the clearing. Their eyes drilled into her, and she kept hers locked on the pages of the book, but couldn't focus on the words to read them. They swam in front of her eyes as she grew increasingly aware of the men. She risked a glance at them, a brief one she had hoped they wouldn't notice. If the way the brunette man's eyes narrowed hadn't been a dead giveaway that he had noticed her looking, then the way he bared sharp canines at her was. She averted her eyes, read a few words, but fell back to just staring at the page as she struggled to tamp down the sudden burst of fear that had shot through her. She was fine, safe. They wouldn't dare hurt her. Storm would be back soon. Maybe he would tell her why he had been so short with her. Maybe he would come back in a better mood. She wanted to speak with him, but finding the words she wanted to say was going to be hard. She shut out the men and focused on thinking about Storm, and figuring out what she wanted to say to him and finding the best way of putting it. He didn't like humans, women in particular, but maybe he had changed his mind about that and about her. Yesterday had been something. She knew it. It hadn't been just an explosive moment brought about by their arguing, or the beer. It had been something. Something that had her nervous as hell about talking to him. Maybe it had him nervous, too. Was that the reason he had run? A woman walked past, the beautiful brunette that had been all over Storm. Her dark eyes narrowed on Gabby, a flicker of something in them that looked a lot like hatred and had that feeling returning, the sensation that she was in danger. She tracked the woman with her gaze, but it stuck on the two men as the woman sailed past them, her chin tipped up and a sway in her hips. Both men stared after her, hunger written across their faces. And then the black-haired one growled and slammed a right hook into the brunette's face. The man instantly responded, and Gabby shot to her feet as a brawl broke out, her eyes wide as she backed towards the cabin door and her pulse jacking up. She caught a flash of Alexander fighting Wrath and Storm, a flicker of Storm attacking the other two men her half-brother had brought with them, and then she was back with the two shifters in the present. They tangled, grappling with each other, growling and snarling as they landed blows. Blood streamed down the black-haired one's lips from his nose as he staggered backwards, swiftly dodging the fist flying at his face again. The brunette snarled and lunged forwards, managed to grab the other man and brought his knee up into his gut. The black-haired one doubled over, grunted and wheezed as the man shoved him away. The grunt became a growl as he lifted his head and fixed bright golden eyes on the brunette. Brunette didn't have a chance to block. The black-haired man was on him in a flash, pummeling his face as he gripped the back of his neck, holding him in place. "Fucking break it up!" a third man barked as he appeared between them. He landed a solid right hook on Brunette and slammed a fierce uppercut into the jaw of the black-haired one, causing both to stagger away from each other. He held his hands out at his sides and held his ground between them as they gathered themselves, head whipping left and right as he kept an eye on both combatants. "What the fuck is this about?" His black overlong hair brushed the collar of his dark gray fleece as he switched his head back and forth, watching the two men, and her eyes widened as she recognized him from the scar that ran over the left side of his lips. Storm's other brother. She expected the two men to mention the woman, but the brunette looked right at her. "Settle something for us," he snarled. "You with Archangel?" Before she could answer, the black-haired one he had been fighting said, "She needs to be dealt with." Flint's reply left her cold. "Storm's handling it. He's talking to Wrath about it now." Gabby backed into the cabin, her blood like icy sludge in her veins, and her heart aching as his words rang in her ears. He pushed the two men away from her, and she sank onto the arm of the couch as she hit it, staring blankly through the open door as she drew a terrible conclusion. She shook her head, not wanting to believe it. Tears burned the backs of her eyes as her mind whispered it was true. They were going to kill her. After everything she had been through with Storm. She buried her face in her hands and gritted her teeth as the ache in her heart turned to fierce stinging that birthed an emotion that swamped the other ones colliding inside her. Anger. God, she had been an idiot. Storm had accused her of trying to use him, and in the end, he had been the one using her. He had seen a chance to screw her, and he had taken it, had used her like he did the other women, taking what he wanted and then pushing her aside. It explained his coldness this morning, and the way he had treated her. Gone was the tender lover, back was the brute. Well, she wasn't going to stick around for him to finish his little chat with his brother. She wasn't going to wait for the inevitable end of her little stay in his cabin. She was going to take a leaf out of his book. She was going to run. She grabbed a pair of his socks to give her feet some protection, and cursed his name again over the fact he had taken her shoes and hidden them. She wouldn't let it stop her. She could cut her feet to ribbons, and she wouldn't stop running. Not until she was far away from him and this wretched place. Gabby peered out of the door, scanned the path in both directions, and pulled down a deep breath as her heart ached again. Staying wasn't an option. She didn't want to end up buried in the woods like her bastard half-brother. He had deserved that end. She bloody well didn't. She looked both ways again. Which damned way had the helicopter come? Which way was home? She hadn't been paying attention during the flight. Damn it. She looked right towards the clearing. Heading that way meant passing Storm, and if he caught her, it didn't bear thinking about. So she ran in the opposite direction, veering off the path as soon as she was able. It was a matter of seconds before she was deep in the woods, flinching with every twig and rock that bit into the soles of her feet. The tears burning her eyes spilled onto her cheeks as she broke past the last of the cabins and ran down the hill, heading towards the river, sure she could follow it back to civilization, to her freedom. Ahead of her, mountains loomed through the trees and the sun sparkled, bright against the clear blue sky. She found a faint track a few meters from the river and followed it, her pace slowing as fatigue caught up with her and her vision blurred from the tears. Damn him. She sniffed them back and wiped them away as she slowed to a walk. Bastard. She couldn't believe him, not after the moment they had shared. She was such a fucking idiot. She had allowed herself to get caught up in him, to believe everything was real. Gabby blew out her breath. Something near to her did the same. She froze and lifted her head, stilled right down to her heart as she stared ahead of her, at the enormous brown bear looking right at her. Chapter 11. Wrath pushed the door of his cabin open and led the way inside. Storm followed, flexing his fingers at his hips as he fought the nerves rising inside him. As a male of solitary nature, it had always been difficult for him to share feelings and shit with others, even his brothers. Wrath was the most human of them, able to bring himself to talk about things, and damn, he was probably the most well-adjusted because of it. It was time Storm took a leaf out of his big brother's book and learned to share, because he felt sure that the maelstrom of feelings whirling inside him would rip him apart if he didn't speak to someone about them. "You said it was about Gabriella." Wrath made a beeline for the small kitchen area to the right of the cabin door, next to the stairs that led upwards to his loft bedroom. He paused at the picture window and stared out of it, and Storm didn't need to look over his shoulder to know the direction of his brother's gaze. Ivy. "Yeah." Storm scrubbed a hand around the back of his neck as a need to return to Gabby went through him, a need to lay eyes on her again and know she was safe. His brother shook his head, offered an apologetic smile as he roused himself from stalking his mate, and twisted to plant his backside against the polished wooden counter as he folded his arms across his bare chest. "Have you discovered anything?" Wrath frowned at him, his dark brown eyebrows dipping low over eyes that held a faint glimmer of gold, as his brother's curiosity got the better of him. Had he ever? "Yeah." Storm sank onto his ass on the arm of Wrath's beige couch, feeling the heat of the log burner set against the wall to his right washing over his side, soaking into his black jumper. His eyes drifted to the world beyond the door of the cabin opposite him, his thoughts taking a left to the female probably lounging on his deck right now, a female who had been wearing his clothes just minutes ago and had his scent stamped all over her. He looked to his brother, unsure where to begin, how to get the conversation rolling. He was half tempted to ask for pointers, because he was beginning to feel ridiculously awkward as Wrath stared at him, waiting, expectant. "You gonna maybe fill me in on what you discovered?" Wrath canted his head to his right, gave him a half smile that didn't mask the look that asked what had gotten into him today. "Yeah." Storm was starting to hate the sound of that word in his ears, but he was damned if he could untangle his thoughts enough to find the end of the string to follow in order to get this conversation going. Wrath pushed away from the counter, his arms falling to his sides and his expression turning serious and concerned. "That's a lot of yas. You okay?" He nodded, shook his head, sighed and shoved fingers through his hair as he was tempted to respond to that question with another damned yeah. "Did something happen with Gabriella?" Wrath edged towards him. Storm laughed, practically snorted as a single word left his lips. "Yeah." And he didn't know how to deal with it, wasn't equipped to figure this shit out for himself because Gabby had been right about one thing. Whenever things got too serious, he bailed. Things couldn't get more serious than what was happening between him and Gabby. But gods, he didn't want to run this time. Not away from her, at least. He wanted to run towards her. Wrath laid a hand on his shoulder, concern washing across his face now. "Talk to me, Storm. What's got you tied in knots? Is Gabriella involved with Archangel?" His eyes zipped up to lock with his brother's. No, she isn't. Gabby isn't a threat. I honestly believe she has nothing to do with Archangel. So we can let her go." Storm fell silent at that, but inside he reacted fiercely, was restless with a need to make her stay, to keep her at his side where she belonged, even when he didn't have the first clue about making a relationship work, or how to make her fall in love with him. Wrath had managed that with Ivy and his previous female, Maybe his brother could give him pointers on what he did that the females had liked. He cringed. Wrath probably hadn't fought with them and locked them in his cabin for days on end, holding them captive and treating them like the enemy. "She isn't a threat," Storm murmured, battling the swift tide of his emotions as they battered him, crashing over him so violently that he struggled to hold his head above the surface and stop himself from slipping back into silent contemplation of all the ways he had seriously fucked up with Gabby. "What aren't you saying, brother?" Wrath waited for him to look up at him again before he continued. "You're throwing off pheromones that say you want to fight." Just like that, everything drained out of him, as if Wrath had pulled the plug and he felt suddenly empty. "I can't let her go," he whispered. "And I'm terrified of fucking things up." He sucked down a hard breath to fill himself with something other than the numbing emptiness, and stared up at his brother, searching his eyes for the answers, desperate to find them. "I can't let her go. And I came here because I'm not sure what to do about it. You won, Ivy. How the fuck did you do that?" Storm's eyebrows furrowed as he waited to hear the answer, sure his brother would be able to help him. Wrath sobered. "Gabriella means something to you. You feel something for her." Storm swallowed hard and croaked. Yeah, I do. I think I fucking love her." No, he didn't think he loved her. He knew he loved her. It screamed in every fiber of his being. Last time he had been close to a human, she had broken his heart because he had thought he loved her. He had been so convinced of it at the time. But fuck, as he sat there looking at his brother for the answer, as he sat there restless with a need to just see Gabby again, he knew that he hadn't loved that female. This was love. It was consuming, confusing, and seriously terrifying. Damn near paralyzed him whenever he thought about it, or about Gabby, or was in her presence. Had him afraid of messing everything up by saying or doing the wrong thing. Petrified of losing her. It crippled him. Had him so twisted in knots that he wasn't sure what the hell he was doing anymore. He only knew that Gabby was vital, that she was his heart and he needed to keep her close, needed to make the right move to win her over and have her agreeing to stay with him. "Say something," he muttered and clenched his fists. "Because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. But I know I can't fuck this up. I won't survive it." He lifted a hand, pressed his palm to his chest, and curled his fingers, tugging the soft wool of his jumper into a fist as pain tore through him. "I think I'd fucking die without her." Wrath smiled now. "No need to be so dramatic, although that is just like you." His brother hunkered down in front of him, easing into a squat so Storm had to look down to hold his gaze. "I take it things got intense between you and Gabriella." Wrath searched his eyes and must have found the answer in them because he didn't wait for Storm to reply. "Do you have any indication of how she feels? I mean, you're not exactly a catch. You're difficult to love." He appreciated his brother trying to lighten the atmosphere, but he wasn't in the mood for his usual jibes, not when they struck hard and had doubt swinging through his already frazzled mind. Was he difficult to love? "I didn't mean that." Wrath sobered again, an apology crossing his eyes as he sighed and rested his hand back on Storm's shoulder. "Things are bad if you've forgotten how to take a joke. I've been there. I think I tried to bite your head off a few times barely a couple of weeks ago." He had, and Storm's joke had been funny. Wrath's had sucked. Wrath blew out his breath again, and Storm braced himself, because he could feel it coming, knew what his brother was going to ask. "So, is she more than something special to you?" Storm nodded, rubbed his hands over his hair, and gripped his head as he tipped it back and savored the relief that washed through him on getting that out there. "Do you think she feels something for you?" Wrath pushed back onto his feet as Storm nodded again. "That's good, then. A positive start. She knows about our kind, and it's possible she knows about Mates, but I can have Ivy speak with her." Fuck, That had all the tension draining from him, because he hadn't even thought about the possibility of Ivy slowly breaking things to Gabby for him. He was sure she would take the news better from Ivy. He wanted to break it all to her slowly, to ease her into his world, and to make her fall in love with him as deeply as he was in love with her. But the gathering was building. The thought of her being around so many eligible males while she was unmated, that had him wanting to growl and shift, to attack every male in the vicinity until they all knew she was off limits. "It's a problem," Wrath said, as if he knew the course of his thoughts, or perhaps he had sensed that need to fight return. Wrath had wanted to send Ivy away during the gathering in order to give her time to think about their relationship and whether she wanted to be his mate, all because his brother had been feeling the need to fight for the right to her, to keep her as his female and himself as her only suitor. At the time, Storm had been the only male present at Cougar Creek. His brother had had it easy. Storm already had at least 8 males in the vicinity that were potential suitors for Gabby, and more were arriving every day. He wanted to give her time to come to love him, to want to be his mate, but it was difficult when his need to mate with her was roused by the presence of the males. He needed her to belong to him, to be his and his alone. "Take her away from the creek." Wrath's words had Storm looking up at him. "You need me here." It was hard to say those words when he wanted to seize the ones Wrath had offered and whisk Gabby away from the creek, to a place where they could be alone and he wouldn't feel a need to fight to defend her and keep her as his female. "And if I take her away, Ivy won't be able to talk to her about shit." Wrath shook his head. "You take her away, to a nice hotel or resort somewhere for some rest and relaxation, an apology for the way she's been held here. Continue things with her there, wine and dine her, show her things about you and let her get to know you. And she'll fall in love with you, Storm. I'm sure of it. I'll send word when the gathering is over and you can return, and Ivy can have the talk with her." Damn, that was tempting. "I know that look." Wrath frowned at him. "Flint is here and Cobalt is on his way. The 3 of us can handle things, and no one at the creek is going to think any less of you if we say you're taking the human back to her kind." That was true. Gabby was the perfect excuse to get away from the creek. If he told everyone that he was giving her the all-clear and escorting her home to check out some things there, no one would say a word about it. They wanted her gone. He could make that happen. "I'll do it." He was on his feet before he had even finished saying that, and was halfway to the door in the next second, determined to get Gabby away from the creek. Partly to keep her safe from the Cougars and stop himself from wanting to fight them all. Partly because he knew when he said he was taking her away from this place, she would be so happy. He wanted to see her happy. He hurried from Wrath's cabin and across the clearing, thoughts racing over everything he needed to do. Pack his things, grab his keys, get Gabby's shoes to her. He glanced at the sky. It was still early. They could probably reach his car at the head of the trail before dark if they moved quickly. Maybe he would take her to Vancouver Island, to a nice little place he knew there, or to the city. He had the feeling she was a little like him and would prefer the city to the countryside. He could get them a suite with a view and a big bed. He grinned at that idea, sure she would love it. Lifted his head. Stopped dead. Gabby wasn't on the deck. He looked around, seeing no one in the vicinity, and only his mug on the table outside. Maybe she had gone inside. He reached the door in a handful of steps. "Gabby, I had a great idea." Frowned when no answer came. He shrugged it off. She was probably in the bathroom. Only when he pushed the door open, it was empty. "Gabby?" He turned and strode to the bedroom, pulse picking up now as his senses reached for her and he couldn't find her. Had to be a mistake. He stopped in the doorway of the bedroom and his heart dropped to his feet. She wasn't there. "Gabby!" He shoved away from the bedroom and rushed through the cabin to the deck. "Gabby!" He went around all the sides of the cabin, panic pulsing through his veins as he saw no sign of her. Fuck! He pressed his palms to both sides of his head and squeezed as he tensed his jaw, the panic turning to pain as a thought hit him with the velocity and impact of a freight train. Gabby was gone. He had given her some freedom and she had run from him. His knees gave out beneath him, and he staggered forwards a few steps, grabbed a tree trunk to stop himself from falling as he struggled to breathe, to get a grip on the agony ripping him to pieces and tamp it down. His eyes stung and he growled, because there was no fucking way he was going to cry. He couldn't hold back the need to call for her as easily. He tipped his head back and cried out for her, the sound filled with sorrow, rising up from his aching heart. Someone stopped near to him and looked his way. He dropped his chin and growled at Flint. His black-haired brother just looked at him, wariness in his gray eyes. Understandable, because as the pain of Gabby running from him collided with the fear of her getting herself hurt, the need to attack everything in the valley rose inside him. He shoved away from the tree and stormed towards his brother, fury mingling with fear to have him desperate to find Gabby. Not to punish her for running, but to protect her. The valley was dangerous for a human. The thought that she was out there alone, unused to the wilderness and unarmed, terrified him. Had him grabbing Flint by the collar of his fleece and growling, "Have you seen Gabby?" Flint's eyes widened. The human? Storm saw in them that his brother had seen her, and he couldn't stop himself from gripping him tighter and rattling him for the information he had about her. Flint growled at him, baring short canines. "I saw her on the deck. 2 males were fighting and I broke them up. They talked about her, wanted to know what you were going to do with her. I told them you were speaking to Wrath and were going to handle it." That left him cold. "Tell me exactly what you said." He rattled his brother again. "The exact fucking words." Because he had the sinking feeling she had misinterpreted them. "One asked her if she was with Archangel. The other one said she needed to be dealt with." Flint gripped his arms and yanked his hands away from him, freeing himself. "I told them you were handling it and were talking with Wrath about it." "Fuck," he muttered. "You don't see how easily that sounds as if I'm going to stick her in a fucking grave like her half-brother?" Flint just shrugged. "I guess, but—" "No buts," he snapped, and stripped his jumper off, earning a raised eyebrow from his brother. "Go and tell Wrath what happened. That Gabby is gone." "What are you going to do?" Storm kicked off his boots, unbuttoned his jeans, and shoved them down his legs. Growled. "Find her before she gets herself killed." Storm shifted, the transformation swift to come, his bones growing and shrinking, distorting into new shapes so rapidly, driven by his desperate need to find Gabby, that he felt sick by the time golden fur swept over his skin and he dropped to 4 paws. He lifted his head and scented the air, moved along the path towards the clearing and lost her scent. He doubled back and his heart sank as he picked up her scent on the other side of his cabin, on the path that led deeper into the valley. She had chosen the wrong direction. She was heading into bear shifter territory. Storm kicked off, using all of his speed and his agility to quickly cover the ground, tracking her scent through the thick trees and down towards the river. His heart called for her, reaching for her as his mind tormented him with images of her caught up in danger, hurting and in need of him. Desperation drove him, fear that he wouldn't reach her in time, pushing him to go faster. He didn't know how long she had been gone, and the valley bear pride wasn't far away on foot if she was running. Gods, he hoped he could reach her in time, before it was too late and he lost her forever. Chapter 12. Fear wasn't a strong enough word for the emotion that swept through Gabby as she stood facing off against the huge grizzly bear in the middle of the woods. Her palms sweated, legs trembling as her mind went blank. The river to her right rippled over the rocks, filling the tense silence together with her racing heart as it pounded in her ears. The animal lifted its head and curled its top lip, flashing enormous fangs as it sniffed and huffed. Gabby slowly took a step backwards, instinct screaming at her to run. Was that the right response in this situation? It didn't feel like it, so she ignored that instinct and took another steady, painfully slow step away from the bear. It responded by walking towards her in a strange fashion, bowing its stiff legs as it took slow steps towards her to keep the distance between them steady. Was it trying to make itself look bigger? Its way of walking seemed purposeful, as if it was posturing. She kept backing off, hard a jackhammer against her ribs.
"Easy, bear."
She held her hands up and racked her brain, trying to remember what she had read about dealing with bear encounters in the guide that had been in her hotel room in Calgary.
"I'm a human. Leave me alone."
She kept her voice loud, forceful, hoping it would hear it and realize that she wasn't a prey animal.
I'm not food. You can't eat me. You don't want to eat me.
The bear stopped, and she almost breathed a sigh of relief, convinced it would leave her alone. But then it rose onto its back legs, towering over her, and had shock sweeping through her as it transformed before her eyes into a very naked, heavily built brunette man. "Baby," he purred, deep brown eyes flashing fire at her, heat that had her panic rising, and that instinct to turn and run pounding through her again. "I want to eat you whole." Gabby twisted on her toes and bolted. She made it all of a few meters before a strong hand clamped down on her left wrist. She shrieked as he pulled her backwards, and her back slammed into his chest, and lashed out with her free hand when he twirled her to face him, his grin salacious as he looked down at her. She raked her nails down his cheek, and he reared back. "Bitch!" he growled, and she cried out as he squeezed her wrist, sending a hot wave of pain rolling up her arm. He started pulling her through the woods as her eyes watered and she struggled to breathe through the agony. When it faded, she threw a glance around her and her heart beat faster, her legs turning to jelly as she realized he was taking her deeper along the path she had been following.
"Where are you taking me?"
she snapped, not about to let him hear her fear. Her eyes darted around the woods as she tried to prise his fingers open. The bear shifter looked over his shoulder at her, a grin tugging at his lips. "To my cabin. You smell of cougar, but I'll soon fix that." Her eyes widened. Heart felt as if it had stopped. Running from Storm might have been the biggest mistake of her life, because she was heading for a fate worse than death. All the fight that had bled out of her on hearing his words rushed back in, and she slammed a palm against his bare back and shoved him forwards with all of her might as she pulled her other arm back. She was damned if he was going to violate her like that. When he didn't release her, she clawed his back, leaving red lines on his skin. It didn't slow him or deter him, so she raked her nails deeper and harder over his skin. Red bloomed along the lines. He turned on her, a growl curling from his lips.
"I'm not going with you. You're not going to do anything like that to me. I won't let you."
She shoved at his chest, pushed him backwards, and he stopped wrestling with her. Went very still. She was making progress. Only when she looked up at his face, he was staring over her head. A low growl came from behind her, the sound unmistakably feline, and then a cougar was sailing over her head to tackle the bear shifter to the ground. As they rolled with each other, she spotted the scar that darted over the golden cat's right hip. All of her strength drained out of her, and she sagged to her knees. Storm. He had come for her. Chapter 13. Storm heard Gabby's scream long before he spotted her. Time slowed as he raced through the forest, paws pounding the leaf litter. He rounded a corner, and it seemed to slow even further as Gabby came into view. Her fear hit him hard as she wrestled with the brute of a male, desperately fighting to free herself. A fucking bear. His instincts fired, his need to protect her rising to the fore. And before he considered the insanity of what he was doing, he was soaring over her head and on the male, rolling with him as he took him down. The bear was quick to shift, and fuck. Storm had a fight on his hands as he sprang away from the bastard and evaded a swing of his paw. Bears had 5-inch-long claws and a reach that far surpassed his own, and a single well-placed blow would be enough to tear him open. He used his agility to his advantage as he leaped out of the path of another blow, sprang off a tree trunk and landed behind the bear. As expected, the male turned towards him, meaning he turned his back on Gabby as she sank to the ground, as pale as a ghost. Storm growled and hissed, snarled and swiped at the bear, his ears flattened against his head in a show of aggression as he bared his fangs, keeping the brute's attention locked on him, not Gabby. He wanted to look at her, but doing so would remind the bear of her presence. Instead, he used his senses to see if she was hurt, able to use their fragile bond to detect her feelings. It almost killed him when he felt her pain, had him snarling and hissing at the bear again, bristling with aggression as the thought the male had hurt his little bird pushed him to attack. He willed her to find the strength to stand and run as he leaped and rolled, used trees to block the attacks the bear made. The male had at least 200 pounds on him, most of that muscle, and a hide so thick that getting through it with claw or fang would be difficult. It would take more than strength to win this fight. It was going to take everything he had, every ounce of cunning and skill, and his agility and speed. The brute growled and roared as he swiped a paw through the air, and Storm ducked in time to see the bastard's claws cutting through the air above his head. He leaped right, flashing a glance at the tree the bear struck when following through with the attack. Long, deep grooves cut through the bark where his claws had caught it. Fuck. He didn't want to be on the receiving end of one of those blows. When the bear grunted and attacked again, Storm kicked off, sailing right and pouncing off a tree to come around on the bear and land on his back. He sank his claws into the male as best he could and bit down on his shoulder, getting a mouthful of fur, and then the tinny taste of blood flooded his mouth as his fangs barely pierced his hide. The bear snarled and swung left and right, trying to shake him. He clung to the male, sinking his claws in deeper, struggling to stay on him as he lifted his head and bit down again. He had to weaken the male. It was his only chance. It was Gabby's only chance. He made the mistake of looking at her to see if she was all right. The bear twisted hard and fast, and Storm grunted as his side slammed into a tree, shaking his grip. He slid down the male, and the bastard slammed him again, trapped him between his body and the tree this time, crushing him. Storm hissed and scratched with his front paws. When the bear moved enough that he could free his hind legs, he kicked at the brute, clawing his side and hip. The male roared and went to slam him again. Storm grinned inside as he sprang away, cried out as the bear smashed a paw into his flank and followed up with a blow to his head. His ears rang, vision wobbling as he hit the dirt, landing across the tangled roots of the towering pines. "Storm!" Gabby pushed to her feet and looked at him with blue-gray eyes that held all the fear he could sense in her. He willed her to run. Thanked the gods when she pivoted on her heel and kicked off, sprinting in the direction she had come, back towards the creek. "Wrath!" she screamed as she dodged between the trees. "Ivy!" The bear grunted and turned his head towards her. Gave chase. No fucking way. Storm gathered his strength and shook off the blows, lumbered onto his paws, and growled as he pounced on the male's back. He sank his claws and fangs into the bastard as he tried to dislodge him, held on and bought Gabby time to get away as he tracked her with his senses. Time she was going to need if those senses were right. He felt the other bear a split second before it crashed through the brush and slammed into his side, knocking him off the male and sending him tumbling across the ground. He hissed as he hit a tree, the air exploding from his lungs and pain ringing through his bones. He pushed through it and was on his feet in a heartbeat, hunkered down and ready to move. The new bear turned on him as the first one started towards him. One bear had been a tough enough fight. Taking on two bears was impossible. He stared them down, running over his limited options. Try to run or fight. Either way, he had the sinking feeling he was going to die here today, which pretty much sucked given how his life had been looking up less than an hour ago, on course to become something more than good. Something amazing if Gabby had agreed to get the hell out of the creek with him for a stay in a suite with a view and a nice big bed, and maybe agreed to becoming his mate down the line. The two bears advanced, the original brute moving to Storm's right to block his route back to the creek, leaving him no choice but to stand his ground and fight. He switched his focus between the two, not willing to give either the chance to get the jump on him. His head ached, his flank was sore, but he was damned if he was going to just lay down and die. Fuck, maybe if he fought hard enough he might just survive to see Gabby again. He would have laughed at that if he had been in his human form, because what hope did he really have of that happening? Zero. Two cougars chose that moment to burst from the woods beyond the original bear, and a third came up from the direction of the river behind the second bear. Wrath and Flint were on the first bear before it had even noticed them, both seizing a shoulder each and causing the bear to snarl as it rose onto its hind legs and twisted with them, trying to reach them with his paws. The third cougar, one that was a paler shade of gold and one he recognized as his older brother Cobalt, launched at the second bear, vicious as he savaged it with claw and fang, riding the damned thing like it was a bull as it bucked and growled and tried to throw him. He wasn't sure when Cobalt had arrived, but it was just like him to come rushing in to play white fucking night to Storm. Cobalt still teased him about how he'd had to protect him the night of the Archangel attack 3 decades ago, and constantly claimed he had saved Storm's life, which might be true. But he wasn't going to let Cobalt save it again today. He wouldn't hear the end of it. The moment the bear was facing him, he sprang at it, aiming claws for the tender parts of its face. The bear chose the wrong moment to twist with Cobalt, and Storm grunted as the brute's meaty paw slammed into his side just as he landed on its head, knocking him back off again. Pain blazed across his side as the bear dropped on top of him, crushing his hips with the same paw that had struck him. Bastard was heavy. He hissed and growled, lashed out with his claws and attacked the bear's arm, ripping through its flesh and painting its brown fur crimson. The bear responded in kind, raking 5-inch solid claws down Storm's flank, tearing 3 grooves into his left hip that had him crying out and barely holding on to his cougar form as pain burned through him. The wounds blazed like streaks of fire as the bear lifted away from him, turned and staggered a few steps as Cobalt continued to ride him, shredding the bastard's back with his claws, a wild beast as he fought to weaken the bear, or possibly kill it. Cobalt was crazy enough to manage such a feat. Storm pushed onto his paws as the bear staggered away from him, ricocheting off a few of the trees as it tried to get its paws on Cobalt. Flint went rolling past him, landing on his paws in a crouch, and growled as he launched back at the bear Wrath was still fighting. Storm gritted his teeth as the urge to shift back into his human form swept through him again, the pain pushing him out of his cougar form. He held on to it, refused to return to his human form. He would be at a disadvantage if he did. The original bear managed to finally throw Wrath, sending his oldest brother crashing into a tree and sprawling out on the ground, and smacked a paw into Flint as he leaped at him, knocking him away. The brute growled as he turned on Wrath while he was down, struggling to shake off the blow. Storm growled. The thought of the male injuring his brother, combining with his fury over the fact he had tried to take Gabby from him by force, had terrified her, propelling him into action. He leaped on the bear before he could reach Wrath, and clambered up him as he growled and turned, trying to shake him. The bear staggered on his back paws, and Storm glanced at the tree he was lumbering towards. Not a chance. He wasn't falling for that trick again. He scrambled onto the male's shoulders and hissed and growled as he scraped his claws over the male's left eye. The brute howled and dropped hard, and Storm sprang free before he was crushed beneath the bastard's weight. The second Storm was off him, the bear was on his feet, baring fangs at his brothers as he ran. Storm breathed hard as the other bear joined him in retreating, and Cobalt gave chase, clearly not satisfied with the outcome and still intent on claiming a bear head as his prize. Storm wavered on his paws, the realization that the battle was done and they had won, and that Gabby was safe, flowing through him to wash away the urge to fight. As it flowed out of him, the pain flowed back in, so intense it stole his breath and he couldn't hold on to his cougar form. Wrath made a low coughing sound in Cobalt's direction as Storm hit the earth, the transformation back into his human form so swift that he saw stars, his head spinning as the pain built to a level where he felt numb. Cobalt stopped his pursuit and looked back at them. The moment he looked at Storm, his brother came jogging over to him, concern flashing in his golden eyes. "I'm fine," Storm muttered, not needing the damned coddling. He looked to Wrath. "Gabby?" Wrath shifted back and walked over to him, pulled a grim expression as he looked at Storm's left hip and the deep grooves that formed a mirror of the scar on his right side. "She's fine. Ivy is with her in my cabin." Gods, it was a relief to hear that. He knew she was shaken, though, could feel it even at this distance from her. She needed him, and he needed to comfort her, to tell her that she was wrong about him and he would never hurt her. "I need to see her." He tried to stand and collapsed back to his knees as his left leg gave out and pain screamed up it, stealing his breath. "Easy, hero," Cobalt muttered as he completed his shift, his deep voice a warm rumble that held a teasing note. "You're in no state to go chasing after that female." Storm bared his fangs at the male, a reaction he couldn't contain, drawn from him by Cobalt's easy smile and warm golden eyes set into a too damned handsome face, topped with short silvery blonde hair that always seemed to be tousled in a way that made him look like a fucking movie star. Cobalt had just gone 10 rounds with a bear and it was still perfect. The thought of Cobalt near Gabby had him growling, restless with a need to fight his brother even when he was in no condition for it. Cobalt arched a blond eyebrow at him and then looked at Wrath. "He likes her," Wrath said before Storm could give him a look that demanded silence. It was better than the truth, that he loved the hell out of her and she was his fated one. But he still groaned when Flint shifted back and exchanged a look with Cobalt that screamed of surprise mixed with something else. "Poor female," Cobalt grinned, and if Storm had been in 10% less pain and his left leg had been working, he would have taken a shot at rearranging his brother's pretty face. "She got the bum deal." Flint's gold-gray eyes twinkled as Storm glared at him. "Let's not kick a cougar when he's down." Wrath took hold of Storm's left arm and draped it over his neck as he hunkered down beside him, and then wrapped his arm around Storm's ribs. "You ready?" Storm dragged down a breath and nodded. But it still hurt like a motherfucker as Wrath hauled him onto his feet and he put the tiniest amount of pressure on his left leg. He gritted his teeth, determined to make it back to Gabby, because he needed to see her and she needed him. It was slow progress as Wrath helped him, each step agony that had pain shooting over his torso and down his leg. "I could carry you," Cobalt said. Storm bared his fangs at him. "Try that and you'll be the one walking with a limp for the rest of your years." Cobalt grinned again. Wrath sighed. "I could live without you aggravating him." That had his second eldest brother giving Wrath a look that Storm suspected was meant to be hurt. But for all his movie star looks, Cobalt was a terrible actor. "I was just trying to help." Cobalt pressed a hand to his bare chest and sighed. "Fine. If you won't let me carry him, maybe I can help in another way. I'll just jog on ahead and let the ladies know you're hurt and limping home." Storm shoved out of Wrath's hold and snarled as he launched at Cobalt. Before he could reach him, Cobalt was gone, and thankfully the bastard had chosen to swiftly move behind him rather than go through with his threat to visit Ivy and Gabby. Wrath huffed. "Seriously, I can live without this. I'm going on ahead, if only to get some peace." Storm wasn't going to argue with that, because he didn't view Wrath as a potential suitor for Gabby, and Ivy was probably worried about him. But he still muttered, "At least put some clothes on before they see you." Wrath nodded and then looked to Flint. "Help him, and try to keep Cobalt from antagonizing him." Flint saluted. "Yes, sir." Wrath just sighed, shifted, and disappeared into the woods ahead of them. Storm didn't argue as Flint took hold of him, supporting his weight, and they started walking again, inching towards the creek. And Gabby. He focused on her as he limped, using her to keep the pain at bay, and to give him the strength to keep moving forwards. He felt it when Wrath reached them, sensed the shift in her emotions, but still fear remained. Little bird. He wanted to see her again, had thought he never would and that the bears would kill him. Gods, they would have if his brothers hadn't shown up. He had never been big on saying thank you. None of them were. But as Flint helped him and Cobalt strode ahead of him, he felt gratitude right down to his soul. He looked at Cobalt as he led the way, his back covered in drying blood that obscured the line of tattooed markings that tracked down his spine, tribal animals that represented their bloodline. "I've never been so glad to see your ugly ass," Storm said. Cobalt flashed a smile over his shoulder. "Ha ha. I could have lived without you getting into a fight the moment I arrived. But I guess it wouldn't be a family gathering without one." His brother fell back into line with him, wrapped his arm around Storm's ribs and placed Storm's arm over his broad shoulders and helped him with Flint. When Cobalt looked at him, his sober expression rang warning bells in Storm's mind. "I just hadn't expected it to be bears you were fighting, and over a human female of all things." Cobalt's fair eyebrows dipped over his gray eyes. "Who is she?" Flint said, "Her brother is the one who attacked Wrath, in league with Archangel." Storm simply said, "My fated one." Chapter 14. Gabby was losing her mind. She paced as Ivy watched her, taking clipped strides across Wrath's cabin, her eyes leaping to the door each time she neared it. Her heart thundered, the fear she had felt when the bear had attacked her replaced by fear for Storm as she waited. When she reached the door, she paused, stared at it as she warred with herself, torn between doing as Wrath had ordered and heading back out into the woods to find Storm.
Wrath and the boys can handle a bear,
Ivy said from her position on the beige couch behind her.
You weren't there. You didn't see the man.
Gabby turned her back on the door and clenched her fists at her sides.
Storm's in trouble. I know it.
She could feel it. Ivy studied her hazel eyes warm but serious as she rose from the couch and came to face her.
Gabby, describe how you know it. I'm not sure how, but I can.
She resumed pacing, trying to work off the energy building inside her so it didn't push her into doing something she knew was reckless and would place her in danger. Something Storm would be angry with her about. He was already going to be angry enough with her. She didn't need to add to it. She sighed and approached the couch, stopped close to Ivy and whispered,
It's like I have a sixth sense where he's concerned. Whenever I focus on him, I feel fear, pain that isn't mine.
Something crossed Ivy's face that left Gabby feeling she knew that sensation she was describing, and knew the cause of it but didn't want to tell her.
Tell me.
She reached the couch and gripped the back of it with both hands.
Please, Ivy, because I feel I'm going mad, imagining all of this. Maybe I am. You're not,
Ivy quickly said, and sighed as she rounded the couch, heading for the small kitchen area near the door.
So I can feel Storm?
She tracked Ivy with her gaze, turning with her, and tried to remember if she had read anything about such a thing in the documents on Alexander's computer.
How is that possible?
Ivy poured a glass of water and drank it as she stared out of the window, her back to Gabby. When she set the glass down on the wooden counter, she said,
The same way it's possible for me to feel Wrath is hurt, is afraid for his brothers and himself, and it's tearing me apart knowing my mate is fighting. I want to go to him.
Just as Gabby wanted to go to Storm because she could feel the same thing. She paused as she ran back over what Ivy had said and got stuck on 2 words.
My mate?
Ivy nodded, fiddled with the glass, and then looked over her shoulder at Gabby.
They have a thing like a soulmate, and I found it hard to believe when Wrath told me that I was his. But this feeling I have is what made me believe it was real. I feel tied to him, linked in a way. It probably isn't for me to tell you.
Oh, hell no. Ivy wasn't getting away with telling her that much and then zipping her lips.
I need to know, Ivy.
She closed the gap between them, took hold of her hand and gave it a gentle squeeze as she held Ivy's gaze, hoping she could see in it how much she needed to know what Ivy had been about to say.
When they find this person, they're drawn to them. It awakens a need in them, a sort of instinct that can control them at times. It's how they know that person is their fated one. So if Storm is feeling anything, it's just because of an instinct?
That hurt. Felt as if it was crushing her ribs in on her heart as she averted her gaze, locking it on the world outside as she replayed all the time Storm had been aggressive towards other cougar shifters. Because of her. Because she was this fated mate thing for him. Not because he loved her.
No, Gabby.
Ivy covered her hand with her own and clutched it, her words soft and offering comfort that Gabby badly needed.
Not at all. I'm not explaining this well at all. Wrath did it better. I'm sure Storm would have felt the same way about you if you hadn't been his soulmate.
Wait. Hang on. She stared at Ivy.
Storm feels something for me?
Shoot, Ivy muttered. Now that's really not my place to say anything about. Just, he came to speak with Wrath about you, and then Wrath might have told me.
But don't let Storm know that, because the brothers fight enough as it is, and I worry Storm might kill Wrath if he learns Wrath told me. Told you that Storm feels something for me? Is that why he came to see Wrath?
When Ivy nodded, Gabby felt like a fool all over again, and her stomach squirmed, guilt churning in it as she thought about how she had presumed he had been coming to talk to Wrath about killing her, when he had been coming to seek guidance from his older brother because he wanted to do quite the opposite. He wanted to keep her around. She sank onto the arm of the beige couch, struggling to process that as relief swept through her, filling her with warmth and light. She stared at Ivy. Could she have with Storm what Ivy had with Wrath? Did she want that? She wasn't sure what it entailed, But she wanted to be with Storm, wanted to see if this thing between them blossomed into something deeper, something she felt sure it would if they gave it time. The question was, would he want to be with her after what she had done? The door opened and she whipped to face it, and her heart shot into her throat at the sight of Wrath stood wearing only his trousers, his bare chest covered in blood and scratches.
"Is everyone okay?"
Ivy flew to him, her dark eyebrows furrowing as her hazel eyes darted over him.
"Are you okay?"
He smiled softly. "I'm fine. The bears are gone, and I don't think we'll see them again. Everyone is all right." Relief rushed through Gabby and she went to pass him, needed to see Storm was all right with her own eyes and somehow find a way to apologize to him. Wrath grabbed her arm as she tried to pass him, stopping her. "Why did you run?" She looked up into his bright golden eyes and pushed the words out.
"Because I heard Flint say that Storm was coming to talk to you about me, and that he was going to handle the situation with me."
Wrath sighed. "Fucking Flint." Apparently, Wrath had less qualms about leaking Storm's conversation with him than Ivy did, because he turned to face her, his expression sober and deadly serious, and spilled everything. "It really isn't my place to say." He sounded like Ivy at first, but as he continued, she could only stand and stare at him. "Storm didn't come to talk to me about hurting you. It was quite the opposite. He came to speak with me because he's in love with you, Gabriella. And because of everything that happened in our past and who your family is, well, he's been going crazy trying to figure out whether it's okay for him to want to be with you." That hit her hard, had her ears ringing as she soaked it in. It also had the churning feeling returning to the pit of her stomach, because Storm probably knew why she had run, and that meant he knew she had thought he was going to kill her.
"I can't believe I jumped to that conclusion now," she whispered in a small voice, cursing herself for being so rash and untrusting, for believing Storm capable of wanting to do such a thing to her. They had argued, but as she had come to know him better, she had started to enjoy that fire between them, had even stoked the sparks on purpose to get him fighting with her. "It's understandable after everything you've been through and all you've seen," Wrath said, and then sighed again. "Flint should have watched his mouth, or at least chosen better words." Gabby looked across the kitchen towards the far wall, and beyond it to the point where she knew Storm's cabin was. "I'm not sure Storm will understand."
"He will." Wrath looked honest enough when she glanced at him. "You might be right, and my brother might be pig-headed, but I'm sure you can convince him to forgive you. I don't think he's angry with you. He wanted to see you and make sure you were all right."
"It probably won't take much convincing either," Ivy put in with a smile. "Not if he's anything like Wrath."
He frowned at Ivy, his dark eyebrows dipping low, but Gabby could see he didn't really mean it. She still wasn't convinced that Storm was going to forgive her, though, not even if what his brother had said was true and he was in love with her, like she was in love with him.
"I have to speak with him."
She removed Wrath's hand from her arm and started through the door. "He won't be at his cabin, not yet." Wrath's words stopped her dead. "Wait here for him to return." She looked across at him.
"What do you mean he isn't back yet? You're back, so why isn't Storm?"
The answer hit her when worry shone in Wrath's steel-gray eyes. She was out of the door in an instant and sprinting across the clearing, her legs like noodles beneath her as she pushed herself to run. She flew along the route she had taken through the trees, her heart thundering and fear stripping her strength as she leaped fallen trees and ducked beneath branches. As she hit a small clearing not far from the last of the cabins, noise ahead of her had her gaze jumping in that direction. Storm limped towards her, supported by Flint and a blond man she didn't recognize, covered in scratches and bruises and blood. But it was the horrific wound over his left hip that had her hand flying to cover her mouth, and her eyes widening as she skidded to a halt.
"Storm,"
she whispered, every drop of her worry lacing her voice. His gray eyes lifted to her, and he casually shoved the two men away. Gabby couldn't stop herself from running to him, and she wanted to cry as he banded his arms around her.
"I was so worried."
"I'm made of stronger stuff than you think." The bite in his tone had her relief fading away and that guilt returning.
"I'm sorry,"
she murmured against his bare chest.
"It turns out I was the one who ran away after all, and I'm sorry." You're hurt because I was stupid and leaped to a conclusion because I was afraid.
He was gentle as he smoothed his hand over her cheek, pushed her back, and gazed down at her. He growled in a low voice. If anyone was afraid, it was me. You scared the fucking shit out of me. He cupped her nape, dragged her against him, and held her so tightly she could feel all of his worry in it, and other emotions too, ones that pounded in her own heart. I've never been so damned scared in my life, he whispered hoarsely into her hair and clutched her closer to him. Gabby carefully wrapped her arms around him, pressed her palms to his bare back, and held him.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry you ended up having to fight because of me. That you were hurt because of me.
I wasn't afraid of fighting the bear. He drew back and looked down at her with soft eyes, ones that relayed everything he was feeling to her. I was afraid I was going to lose you, or that I would never see you again. That melted her heart, and she saw in his eyes and heard in his words that everything Wrath had told her was true. Storm was in love with her, just as she was in love with him. She didn't resist him as he dragged her against him and bent his head, surrendered to him as he kissed her, and she felt that love resonating inside her. Pure, unconditional, everlasting. Flint muttered something to the other man, and she felt them leave as she kissed Storm, swept up in him as all her feelings crashed over her, and she felt as if she was drowning in him, in the tempest of their love. When he finally stopped kissing her, he whispered against her lips, We're going to have to discuss a few ground rules.
Ground rules?
Gabby eased back and looked up at him. He placed his arm around her neck, and she turned so it rested across her shoulders, and placed her arm around his waist to support him. Maybe just one, he said.
What's that?
She could comply with one rule for him, but she might be making some of her own. You have to promise me you'll never run from me again. That rather than turning your back, you'll take aim and fire on me if you're angry with me, or want an answer to something, or you're worried. I want you to lay it all on me and hold nothing back, because I would rather we argued than bottled it up. Gabby nodded.
I will, but only if you promise to do the same.
He stopped and looked down at her again, right into her eyes, his asking if she was serious about this and wanted to fight with him. She shrugged.
I like arguing with you.
Why? His sandy eyebrows knitted hard above gray eyes that were already showing a hint of gold. Gabby smiled slowly.
Because then we get to make up.
He groaned as he started limping again. I'm sore all over, and you're putting ideas in my head. She smacked his naked ass, feeling a bit wicked as all of her worries faded away, leaving just one, Storm's injuries.
I like to think of it as an incentive.
She let her hand linger on his backside, was tempted to peek at it as they slowly walked back through the woods.
The quicker you heal, the faster you get to make up with me.
I don't think I can stay mad at you that long, he muttered and pulled her closer, pressed a kiss to her temple and sighed. Gabby frowned up at him.
So you are mad at me?
He huffed, clearly not happy she had caught him out. You ran away and I thought I was going to lose you. I have the right to be a little mad. He brought his index finger and thumb close together. Just a little. She could live with that.
Let's get you home and cleaned up.
She picked her way over a tangle of roots and helped Storm over them too, and as she walked with him, she kept an eye on the wound on his hip. It wasn't bleeding now, but the lacerations were deep, and they were going to need help healing if he was going to avoid having a scar like the one on his right hip. They reached the first of the cabins, and she started to wish she had grabbed Storm a pair of trousers before racing headlong to find him. If a woman saw him in all his glory, she was going to have a hard time stopping herself from fighting them. She looked ahead of her to make sure there were no women between her and Storm's cabin. There weren't, but there were the two men who had been talking about her earlier. It turned out Storm was more than a little mad. He growled, the sound purely feline and dangerously vicious, and went after the two men as they looked his way. Storm! Gabby chased on his heels, determined to calm him, because she didn't want him hurting himself further. Forget about them! He didn't listen. He froze her in place as he snarled at the two men. Next time I see you near my mate, I'll fucking kill you. She stared at his straining back. shocked by the confirmation of what Ivy had told her, but still unable to believe what she was hearing. She needed to hear him say it to her face, needed to know for sure that she was to Storm what Ivy was to Wrath, and that the love they shared was special, stronger because of a potential link between them. His shoulders stiffened as she let the question spill from her lips.
Mate?
Chapter 15. Storm pulled the reins on his temper as Gabby's question echoed in his mind, and the two males made a dash for it, both heading towards their cabins. He wasn't sure how he was going to explain it to her, fought for the right words as he stared straight ahead of him, because he had witnessed Wrath almost fucking things up with Ivy when he had done a piss-poor job of explaining all about fated mates. Gabby remained mute behind him, waiting. He swore it was getting dark by the time he lined things up and turned to look at her, the words balanced on the tip of his tongue. She stunned him silent.
Like Ivy and Wrath?
Her soft voice, laced with curiosity and caution, wrapped around him, offering him a sliver of comfort he seized. She knew? He took hold of her arm and pulled her to his cabin, because he was damned if he was going to do this with an audience, or while he was naked. When he closed the door behind her, Gabby looked down at him, and then she was moving, filling the kitchen sink with water and gathering towels from his small bathroom. He watched her, curious as she spread some of the towels out on his wooden floor.
Stand on them.
She pointed to them and went to the sink to test the temperature of the water. He dutifully obeyed, stepping onto the soft towels and watching Gabby, using the time to gather his thoughts again. She made it damned hard as she wetted a face cloth, came to him and started carefully brushing the damp material over his right arm, cleaning from his neck down to his hand. "You know about Ivy and Wrath?" His voice sounded tight, so he cleared his throat as she nodded and glanced at him, her blue-gray eyes warm as they leaped between his and his arm.
Ivy told me some things about how they're mated.
No trace of nerves laced her voice. It was steady, smooth compared with his.
She said it's like a soulmate. Cougars have someone who is special to them.
He tried to focus on how to explain what she was to him as she moved to his other arm, but the sight of her taking care of him, the way he could see the love in her eyes and feel it in her careful touch as she washed him, had his focus slipping to her instead. She lifted her gaze to meet his again.
She told me about it when I said I could feel you were in pain and afraid.
Her eyes dropped back to her work as she carefully cleaned his hand, taking her time about it, paying close attention to each of his fingers. He curled them around hers and she glanced at him again, and then away.
Ivy said it was because we were fated, and I'm special, and that you feel drawn to me because of it.
He could see where this was going. What I feel for you has nothing to do with the fact you're my fated female. She nodded.
I know. Ivy said, well, Wrath told me as much.
He huffed at that and made a mental note to have a word with his brother later. What else did Ivy tell you?
Nothing, really. Wrath came back and I found out you were hurt.
Her eyes drifted up to his again, and he could feel the fear that colored them in her emotions. She had discovered he was hurt, and she had come running to him. Gods, that had warmed him, had soothed his aching soul and made him see that she wasn't going to run from him again. It had made him see that she loved him. In turn, that had made him want to cement the fragile bond between them and turn it into something unbreakable. That need grew stronger whenever he sensed a male passing the cabin, had him twitchy and on edge, wanting to growl and snap at them to drive them away from his little bird. Gabby rinsed out the cloth in the sink and came back to him, her gaze searing his chest as she worked to clean the blood and dirt from it. She glanced down at his left hip, and her eyebrows furrowed. It looks worse than it is. It's not deep, he whispered, wanting to alleviate her worry. It's already healing. Just needs a little TLC. Which she seemed to have ample supply of as she smoothed the cloth over his skin, so gently he barely felt the brush of the material. He felt the love behind her actions, though, and damn, it melted his heart and had him falling even more in love with her. When she dropped to her knees before him, it grew impossible to focus on what they had been talking about. His mind raced forwards as she swept the damp cloth over his thighs, her offer of make-up sex spinning through it. He steeled himself because now wasn't the time for such things. There was too much hanging in the balance. "Little bird, you're making this hard," he groaned as she cleaned the inside of his left thigh, mopping up the blood. She flicked a pointed glance at his semi-erect cock.
"So I can see."
He didn't find that funny. He caught her under her jaw and lifted her head, and she obeyed his silent command and rose onto her feet. He held her jaw, shifted his palm to her cheek to keep her eyes on his, and gathered the words. "There's more to being mates than you know," he husked, and wanted to eat her whole as a thoughtful furrow wrinkled her brow.
"There is?"
She lowered the cloth to her side and raised her free hand, placing it over his.
"You going to tell me?"
He averted his eyes and sighed as he looked out of the window. "I had wanted to do this my way. I had this whole thing planned. I was coming back to tell you we were going to go away, to Vancouver, and stay in a suite with a view and a big bed, and maybe a hot tub. And when you were madly in love with me, I was going to tell you about fated mates." She arched an eyebrow at that.
"When I was a sure bet."
He shrugged. "It sounded like the best way of doing things. I didn't want to scare you away." She pursed her lips and then smiled.
"Well, I already know about fated mates thanks to Ivy, and you already made me madly in love with you. But I'll take you up on the suite with the view and the big bed. But only if you get one with a whirlpool bath."
Gods. He couldn't stop himself from swooping on her lips and kissing her, worshipping her as her words rang in his ears, and he felt like the luckiest bastard in the world because she loved him. Madly, apparently. She clutched his biceps and kissed him back, rose on her toes and moaned as she took control of it, sending him spinning out of his mind. His body got the wrong idea, shot hard as steel as he gathered her to him, leaping forwards again to that make-up sex. He groaned and forced himself to break the kiss, and focused to get his body back under his control, because now really wasn't the time. He still had so much to tell her about what it meant to be a fated mate. Gabby sighed softly, slowly opened her eyes and smiled up at him as if he had just made her the happiest female in the world. A perfect match for him, then. She proved just how perfect she was as she slowly turned her face towards the window, her pale eyebrows drawing down as her eyes narrowed. She pushed away from him, took hard steps past him, and yanked the cabin door open.
"Scram! I see you near Storm again, and you'll find out that while I might be human, my claws are just as sharp as yours."
Storm turned in time to see Taya glaring at Gabby as she swept away from the cabin. He shifted his gaze to his fated female and wanted to grin as she turned towards him with an innocent look painted across her beautiful face. Apparently, he wasn't the only one feeling territorial. A hint of color touched her cheeks. She grabbed the cloth and glared at him.
"Don't give me that look. I'm tired of the women in these parts looking at you like you're a bloody buffet and they're starving."
His grin stretched wider. She whipped the cloth across his ass.
"That's enough out of you."
He schooled his expression, but the moment she turned her back on him to wash the cloth out in the sink, he grinned again. Because, damn, having Gabby jealous over something regarding him made him feel like a king.
"I think we should get that suite as soon as possible."
She stared out of the cabin window.
"Because I want you away from all these women."
Storm nodded in agreement. "Not as much as I want you away from the males."
"You think people here will ever stop looking at me as if I'm about to stab them in the back?"
She looked over her shoulder at him. He sighed. "I'll make sure of it. We just need to show them that you're innocent." She shook her head at that.
"I'm not sure they'll believe me."
A deep sigh escaped her, and her gaze drifted back to the world beyond his cabin.
"You all know more about Archangel than I do. That name wasn't mentioned in anything I read on Alexander's computer. I don't think anything he did was sanctioned by them. I snooped in Alexander's financial records on George's computer once, and found a lot of the sums of money going out of it matched with figures I had seen in Alexander's files. The only time I heard Alexander mention Archangel was during a phone call once. He didn't sound happy, and he mentioned that name."
Her solemn blue-gray eyes came back to meet his. He didn't want to push her, felt like a bastard to pick this moment to question her about it. But now she was opening up to him, finally talking to him. He couldn't stop himself from saying, "Can you remember what he said?" because he was beginning to get the impression that Alexander had been working alone, looking for revenge on Storm's family and his pride, and willing to take out any non-humans he met along the way. She frowned and then nodded.
Something about them shutting him out, that he had a right to work with them because of his father and grandfather. He was angry, upset.
Sounded as if Archangel hadn't wanted to work with them, which was strange, because he figured them for an organization that wasn't picky about who it employed, and Alexander had struck him as the sort of male who was right up their street anyway. He had a hard-on for killing anything non-human, judging by what Gabby had told Ivy. Although Archangel had grown more selective about their raids after what had happened to his pride and others, there had been a period of at least 2 decades where the hunters had actually stuck to targeting more dangerous members of his world, ones who were liable to attack humans. All that was changing again now. They were up to their old tricks, according to the shifter Grapevine, had recently launched an assault on a tiger pride in Scotland. "What about your mother?" He felt like a bastard all over again as a flicker of a frown danced on her fair eyebrows, and her blue-gray eyes held a hint of anger.
She has nothing to do with them, but she knows they exist. I remembered her saying that word to Alexander when I was little, and he was talking about his father. I went to ask her about Archangel, and she told me she didn't know any details, and it was better that I didn't know them either.
Little Bird heaved another long sigh.
She told me she got sick of trying to avoid getting involved, never liked what Alexander's father was doing, and told him not to tell her anything about it. She buried her head in the sand, and to be honest, I can't blame her. I wish I never... No, I can't wish that.
She stepped towards him, lifted her hand, and smoothed her palm across his cheek, her eyes soft with affection.
I can't wish it because I never would have met you.
He kissed her for that, and for opening up to him, telling him everything he needed to know. When he snaked his arms around her waist and tried to pull her closer, she clucked her tongue at him and pressed her hands to his bare chest, stopping him.
"Your wounds,"
she whispered breathlessly, not sounding as if she really wanted him to stop. "They're healing. Just a little kiss. It won't kill me." He brushed his lips across hers and moaned at the sweet taste of her and the way she instantly opened to him, her mouth fusing with his again. Damn, he wasn't sure he would ever get enough of this female. His female. Fire swept through his blood, heated him to 1,000 degrees, and had him aching to take things further than just kissing. She pressed against his chest again, another soft sigh escaping her, one he could easily decipher. She was going to keep stopping him until she had finished tending to his wounds, and was sure they were on their way to healing. So he eased back and did as she wanted, stood there waiting for her to take care of them. It wasn't exactly a chore. He was absolutely certain he would never grow tired of her coddling him. He watched her as she kneeled before him and finished cleaning his thighs. Somehow he managed to survive the slow, arduous process without his body getting the wrong idea again. Probably because he was thinking about how he was going to whisk her away to the city, shower her in gifts and champagne, and everything she could ever want, and over the course of a few weeks as they came to know each other better, he would gradually break things about a mating to her. Slipping it into the conversation here and there was far more appealing than having a big talk about it. Way more his style.
"I've never been to Vancouver."
She rose to her feet and frowned at the wounds on his side, assessing them.
"The shopping had better be good because I'm in the market for new clothes, and a pair of shoes."
He grimaced. "I'll return your shoes before we go anywhere. Can't have my little bird hurting herself. And whatever you want, you get. I'm going to pamper you like crazy." She smiled at that.
"I think you're the one who needs pampering."
Her eyes lifted to his again, sparkled at him like stars, and he wanted to pull her into his arms and kiss her again. She foiled his plans by moving away, heading into the bathroom and coming back out huffing.
"You don't have any medical supplies?"
He rolled his shoulders. "Wrath used them all when he was shot." Her expression sobered, and he called himself a dick for reminding her about how she had come to be here at the creek. He held his hand out to her, needing her to come to him, because he was afraid he was going to lose her, even when he knew he wouldn't, that she wasn't going to leave him because of the things he had done or because of what had happened to her bastard half-brother. Gabby placed her hand into his, and he drew her towards him. "Sorry," he murmured and pressed a kiss to her forehead. She shook her head and smoothed her palms over his pectorals, stirring that fire again and making things difficult for him. Here he was trying to be comforting, caring, and she was trying to get his motor revving again. He caught her hands to stop her and sighed as she turned her head and rested her cheek against his chest, right over his heart.
"Can we get out of here? I just want to be alone with you now. Away from here."
Her words were soft, a bare whisper that tugged at his heart and had him pressing a kiss to her hair. Storm nodded and wrapped his arms around her. "I could use some of that myself." He felt her smile.
"So tomorrow?"
she murmured. He pressed another long kiss to her hair, lingering with his lips against the golden strands. "One suite with a view and a big bed, and some sort of hot tub, whirlpool, whatever the fuck sort of fancy bath goes inside a room, coming right up. And a lot of pampering. All the pampering she could take, because she deserved it after everything she had been through, and for somehow coming out of it all in love with him. He still didn't quite believe it. But he would spend every day of his life proving himself worthy of her love, and showing her how deeply he loved her too, starting with a stay in a suite with a view and a big bed. Chapter 16. It had been 15 days since Storm had walked Gabby to his car at the trailhead and taken her away from Cougar Creek, leaving the security and running of the gathering in his brother's hands. 15 days of sheer fucking heaven. Little Bird had come to life the moment they had reached his car, her eyes lighting up with surprise at the sight of his black Maserati Levante SUV. She had looked to him for an answer to a silent question, and he had spent the first half of their drive down Highway 1 explaining everything about the business he ran. Turned out she hadn't quite figured him for a man of money, or someone with a head for business, but he let her off with a gentle scolding and a few rounds of teasing. When she had asked where he usually lived, he had surprised her again by mentioning the penthouse apartment he owned in Toronto, where his business was based. And when she had said she thought he lived at the creek, he had laughed his ass off and explained his rocky relationship with mountains and wilderness shit. He was a city cougar through and through. They had ended up bonding over that, admitting everything they couldn't stand about wilderness living, from bugs to collecting water to limited power and a lack of phone and TV reception. Turned out Gabby was a city bird. At the end of their long drive, he had pulled up outside the Fairmont Pacific Rim, where he had booked a suite with everything he had promised on Rath's satellite internet. It had cost a small fortune to get the suite for a month, but fuck. It had been worth it when the hotel staff had opened the room and Gabby's eyes had lit up again. He had left her in the room, enjoying a long, deep soak in the bath with a view, while he had gone and grabbed some supplies for both of them, including some sticking plasters, bandages, and other medical necessities. Gabby had helped patch him up, and they had lounged together sharing a bottle of champagne on the outdoor terrace, watching the sunset and enjoying the view of the mountains and Stanley Park. After that, it had been a blur of shopping, sightseeing, relaxing, and indulgence. The only thing that wasn't heaven was the fact Gabby insisted on paying for her own shopping, food, and other things. She had given in to him a few times, but she was making it damned hard to pamper her. Storm pulled a face at that as he toweled off and listened to his little bird singing in the shower where he had left her washing her hair. Tomorrow he was going to buy her presents, and she was going to accept them without putting up a fight. A grin stretched his lips. Although sometimes when she put up a fight, he found it hard to complain. He gave as good as he got, and it always ended in a serious make-out session regardless of where they were. He had lost count of the number of people who had given them disgusted looks as they had kissed each other's brains out in the middle of a store or a restaurant. Once their stay at the hotel finally came to an end, he wasn't taking her back to the creek. Gabby had offered to take a look at her brother's computer again to see whether Alexander really had been involved with Archangel, or whether he had been cut off from them as she suspected. Storm had decided to go with her when her mood had faltered, turning somber, and he had realized she also meant to tell her mother what had happened to Alexander. As little as he wanted to be around the woman who had been married to the man who had killed his parents, he needed to be there for Gabby, wanted to be there for her to lean on if she needed his strength to keep her going. He slipped into one of the white terry cloth robes, tied the belt around his waist, and strode through the suite to the bedroom. He rounded the enormous bed to what had become his side, bent and pulled open the drawer on the bedside table, stared at the black velvet box that sat alone in it, blew out his breath. It was one order of business he had taken care of straight after their arrival, heading to a store nearby that specialized in diamond rings. He reached for the box, stopping halfway when he noticed his fingers shaking. He focused on his hand to stop it from trembling and snatched the box, brought it up to him as he straightened and flicked it open with his thumb. Storm stared down at the platinum ring. Was it too soon? He wasn't asking for a mating, not yet. While Gabby now knew everything there was about the process of mating, and what it would mean for her, it was still too soon for her to have made her decision. He was just asking for her hand, like a man, because he wanted her to see how much he loved her, that even if they weren't mated, he wanted them to be married, bound in a way she understood and one that was familiar to her.
"What's that?"
He practically dropped the damn box as her voice came from behind him, fumbling with it as it flew up into the air. When he caught it, he looked across at her where she stood on the other side of the bed, her hands paused midway through tying her white robe, and her blonde hair hanging in tangled waves across her shoulders. Her enormous blue-gray eyes were locked on the 1-carat princess-cut diamond ring. Her heartbeat was off the scale. Her hand edged up to her mouth, shook there as she stared at the ring, and whispered,
"Is that what I think it is?"
Was it too late to hide it behind his back and pretend it was nothing? She didn't look as if she would turn him down, but what did he know? The thought that it was too soon and she might reject him struck him silent, and he could only stand there staring at her like a fucking idiot. But then her eyes lifted to his, and her happiness hit him so hard he almost rocked back on his heels. Storm sucked down a breath, twisted towards her and rounded the bed, stopped right in front of her and dropped to one knee, his heart in his throat as he looked up at her. Tears lined her lashes as she looked down at him, threatened to fall as he lifted the ring from the box and presented it to her. He had never been great with the romantic shit, was liable to mess it all up if he tried, so he kept it simple and sweet. "Marry me?" He held her gaze and shook as he waited for her to respond. She stared at him for what felt like an eternity, and then she nodded, grinned so wide her tears fell. He stuck the tip of his thumb through the ring so he didn't screw up by losing it, shot to his feet and cupped her cheeks as he claimed her lips, and kissed the breath from her as her happiness flowed through him to collide and mingle with his own. She threw her arms around him and he wrapped his around her waist and lifted her, holding her against him as she kissed him back. She smiled against his lips as he twisted so his back was to the bed and fell onto it with her. She landed on top of him. Her kiss slowed, growing heated as she settled her legs on either side of his hips and planted her hands above his shoulders, hemming him in, as if he wanted to go anywhere. He had never been happier than where he was right now. She kissed him deeper, tangling her tongue with his as he clutched her waist, his fingers pressing into the soft terry cloth, pinning her in place above him. He didn't resist when she finally drew back, drank his fill of her as she smiled down at him, her eyes shining with the happiness he could feel in her. He smiled and held his hand up, popped the ring off his thumb and waggled it. "You're missing something." She held her hand out to him, and he grimaced as he slipped the ring on her finger and found it was a little big. "We'll get it adjusted," he grumbled as she lifted her hand. She didn't seem to care as she admired it, or as she slipped it off her finger and placed it on her middle one. It fitted that one perfectly.
"We'll get you a ring while we're there."
She dropped to her elbows and kissed him again, peppering his lips with them.
"So all the women at the creek will know you're mine."
He liked the sound of that. He had never been one for jewelry, but he would wear a band for her, to show the world that he was spoken for, that someone had stolen his heart and claimed it as her own. He rolled so she was beneath him, and he was wedged between her thighs, groaned as she wrapped her legs around him and had him aching for her. He kissed her softly, keeping things slow between them, savoring this moment because it was special, one to remember and one he didn't want to ruin. He wanted it to be perfect. Gabby made it difficult to keep a tight grip on his desire when she pressed her hands between them and slipped them into his robe, stroked her palms over his chest as she kissed him, and swept her fingers across his nipples. He groaned and pushed off her, fought free of his robe so she could touch more of him, and tackled hers as she did as he wanted, running a light touch over his chest and stomach, her gaze heated as she tracked her hands with it. He could feel her passion mounting, and it stirred his own, had control slipping from him as he parted the two sides of her white robe to expose her. Gods! Her dark pink nipples peaked as he revealed them, and she arched her back, pushing them up towards him, tempting him. He growled and dropped to his right elbow, fastened his lips around her nipple, and sucked as he angled his body away from her. She moaned as he skimmed his left hand over her other breast and down the flat of her stomach, and pushed her hips up against him. Patience. He grinned inside as he teased her by focusing on her stomach, kept lowering his hand close to where she wanted it before bringing it back up again. She boxed him on the head. Storm! His fiery little bird. He was going to make her sing for him, the sweetest song he ever heard, one that was his new addiction. He loved the sound she made when pleasure overtook her, when they were making love and she was lost in sensation as deeply as he was. She didn't complain when he broke away from her breast, just watched him as he slipped from the bed and landed on his knees on the floor. He caught her hips, yanked her towards him, and savored her cry as he pressed his mouth to her core, tongued and stroked it, teased honey from her and feasted on her moans. She arched, hands fisting the white bedclothes, and wrapped her legs around his shoulders, trapping him between her thighs. Heaven. He growled and stroked his tongue up her, swirled it around her tight bead, and devoured her, giving her everything she needed as her hips rose higher from the bed. He curled his hands over her thighs and dragged her hips down, anchored her in place for his assault as he swirled his tongue, lapped and laved until she was restless, writhing on the bed and making some pretty cute growling noises of her own. "Storm!" she cried, desperation lacing her voice. She didn't need to worry. He wasn't going to stop before she found that release she wanted, one she was hurtling towards as he dropped lower to probe her with his tongue. He stroked back up to her pert bundle of nerves and inched 2 fingers into her slick core. Her hips jacked up and she cried out, her pleasure so powerful it flowed through him too, had his cock jerking as if he had just climaxed as he eased her down, slowly stroking her with his tongue and fingers. "Storm," she murmured huskily and reached for him. Her need went through him, called to him and had him obeying, rising onto his knees to satisfy her all over again. She gazed at him through hooded eyes and licked her lips as he pressed one knee onto the bed, hooking her leg over it. Gods, as much as he wanted to take that invite and let her feast on his cock, he needed to be inside her even more. There would be time for that later, as an encore. The night was young after all, and he intended to make love to her until she was so sated she couldn't move for days. He lifted her hips, gripped his cock, and held her gaze as he fed it into her, filled her slow and deep. She sighed, and he would never get enough of the way she did that whenever he joined them, as if that alone was bliss, was everything she needed to make her happy. He sighed right along with her, captured her hips and held her in place as he slowly thrust into her, long deep strokes that had her breasts gently bouncing. She moaned and relaxed, her legs falling open so she was splayed for him. Her teeth teased her lower lip as she skimmed her hands down her body, stroking fingers over her breasts, tormenting him as she touched herself. He growled, couldn't hold it back. She smiled, a wicked little one that heated his blood to boiling point, because she caught her lower lip in one of her canines. That had his own fangs extending, the thought that she had consented to be his wife in human terms, pounding in his head and rousing his instincts. Ones he had done his best to suppress over the past couple of weeks. He wanted her to be his wife in Cougar shifter terms, too. He wanted her to be his mate. His eyes must have changed, because her expression softened and she reached for him, and he felt her need to soothe him. He leaned forwards and pushed her up the bed, settled over her and on his right elbow, keeping his left hand on her hip as he drove into her. She wrapped her arms around his neck and lured him down for a kiss that was so soft he felt light inside, warmed from head to toe. "I love you," she whispered against his lips. He smoothed his right hand over her hair. "Love you too." He drew back and looked down at her, into warm eyes that held all her love in them. "Soon, Storm," she murmured, He felt sure he was hearing things, was reading into her words and hearing what he wanted in them. He must have looked as if he didn't believe her, because she smiled softly again and brushed her fingers across his cheek, up through his hair, over the nape of his neck. He shivered as tingles swept down his spine to his balls and growled down at her, thrust deeper and harder as sensation detonated inside him, sending him soaring higher. Her words sent him soaring higher still.
"You'll be my husband," she whispered softly, "and I'll be your mate."
Sweet gods! He dropped his head and kissed her, clung to her as he drove into her, faster now as a need for that day to come rose inside him. She moaned and kissed him harder, stoking his passion so it overcame him again, had him losing himself in her. He groaned and clutched her, grunted as she clenched him, and his cock grew harder, his balls growing tight as he spiraled towards release. She broke away from his lips and pressed her cheek to his, held him as he kissed and licked her throat, the need to bite her driving through him. He held it back, clung to her words as he pumped her harder, made her feel every inch of him and what she did to him, how wild she made him, how crazy he was for her, and how desperately he wanted that future she had offered him, one he had never thought he would have. Her fingers pressed into his shoulder and neck as she moaned and writhed beneath him, rocked her hips in time with his, countering his thrusts and tearing a groan from his lips. He growled and held her in place, drove deeper and harder, giving her what she needed, pushing her over the edge again. She cried out, clutching him tightly as her body milked him and her pleasure flowed through him. Barely a trickle now, but soon it would be a torrent. He would feel everything when they were mated, and she would feel everything too. Each time they made love an explosive event as their pleasure mingled and combined. He wasn't sure he would be able to take it. Just feeling her body clenching him, her thighs trembling against his, and a sliver of the pleasure she felt as she sighed softly in his ear, her bliss in each one as he drove into her, was enough to propel him over the edge with her. He buried his face in her neck, trembled as release crashed over him, leaving him breathless and shaking in her arms as he spilled inside her. She moaned, quivered again as his cock throbbed inside her, and he shuddered as he held her, her reaction drawing out his climax, making him pulse for long minutes until she finally relaxed beneath him. His muscles were liquid beneath his skin as he rolled with her, barely strong enough to pull her against his side as he breathed hard, struggling to come down from the high of making love with her, the high of what she had offered him. She held her hand up, flashing her ring, her happiness palpable as she admired it and as she kissed him. He wrapped his arms around her and held her to him as he kissed her back, soaking up the moment. He would give her the best damned wedding the world had ever seen, everything she wanted, whether that was a small informal affair or something lavish and grand. He would give it to her, together with his heart and his solemn vow. He would be her husband. He pressed his brow to hers and looked into her eyes, ones that promised him forever. And she would be his mate. The end. This has been Captured by Her Cougar, Cougar Creek Mates Shifter Romance Series, Book 2. Written by Felicity Heaton. Narrated by Eric G. Dove. Copyright 2018 by Felicity Heaton. Production copyright 2018 by Felicity Heaton.